Good morning, good day, good evening, wherever you are. It's reset day, for a change. Not that I really care. I mean, currently reset doesn't mean all that much. Except for one thing, which is the normal rate, which I'm going to be doing here in a minute. Well, not a minute, literally. I'm going to be doing some other stuff first, but that's definitely the plan for today. So, unfortunately, I wasn't really able to stream yesterday anymore after the beginning, but I was still able to do a bunch of stuff off stream, which is pretty good. I didn't continue with any of the quests, though. That's sort of the plan for today. So let's get into it. What's the plan for today? What's on the menu, right? So what I still managed to do yesterday off stream was level my crafters a bit. I actually spent most of my leaf allowances, and they're all, except for armor, but all of the others are 86 and above, which is a good baseline. And now I need to continue with the 3 quest lines. So I finished the 85 Leatherwalker quest yesterday. That was pretty much the last thing that I did during the stream. I want to do the 85 Alchemist quest line. I want to do the 85... I guess I did it with the blacksmith, right? Smithing questline thing. And then once those are done, I'm going to try and see whether or not I can get those specific jobs to 88 to then do the last leveling quest with the turn-ins. Now, granted, I don't have that many leave allowances anymore, so either I'd have to do something different in order to level, or I'll just do the rest on Saturday. I mean, that was always the plan. I said that before. The plan was pretty much to finish leveling all the crafters on Saturday. So I'm just going to sort of trying to get the quests out of the way first, right? And I'm gonna try and see what I can do in terms of level in order to actually be able to accept the level 88 quest. Or quests. There are 3 quests, right? So we'll see about that. Other than that, yeah, there's reset going on. Now, I did all the dailies yesterday as well. The leveling dailies, that is. Brought my Black Mage up to 83, so that's going to be a thing in the future. And then I actually I started with my Dark Knight. As I said before, I pretty much want to use the Pixie quests to bring my tanks and healers to 81, so that I can then span dungeons with them, the new dungeons. While I'm leveling Black Mage at the same time. Now, obviously, leveling Black Mage through dailies will be pretty fast. But, as I also said before, I'm not going to be able to play or stream the next 3 days after today. So I'm going to do the dailies today, obviously, but I won't be able to do the Wednesday dailies, pretty much, and the Thursday dailies. So I'm going to miss out on those. Except if I'm home early from work and the queues aren't bad, which I don't really expect to happen, but guess we'll see. I mean, with a bit of luck, the queues aren't that bad. I won't be streaming that, though. It will strictly be dailies, if that's the case, if the queues are good. Yeah, aside from that, definitely, as I said, planning on finishing leveling the crafters on Saturday, and then pretty much the rest of Saturday, Sunday, and Monday will be spent on gearing related stuff as much as possible. So that means getting as many clusters, materia stuff as I can, and potentially getting better gathering gear first, and then maybe crafted gear. So I took a look at the current white level 90 crafting gear, and well, the tools might have better stats, but the gear itself is actually not better than pentamilded level 80 gear, apparently. So, I don't know, for crafting, there probably isn't really a reason to get the current white gear, because it's literally going to be worse than what I currently have. Except, again, for the tools. Maybe. But I suspect that it's actually better to just wait for the new green crafting gear. And try to craft that on next reset when the Savage Raid releases. Which will also require the new master recipe books, probably. So that's going to be a whole different thing, obviously. I don't know what I'm going to be doing about that. That being said, though, the script gear is probably better. But that's... I don't know how realistic it would be to get that for the crafters, maybe for the gatherers, right? That might be a thing that I could do for the gatherers. The problem is, every time that I do some gathering, that's time that's going to be taken away from doing hunt trains, for example. And overall, for me personally, I think getting as much materia as possible is probably the better choice in this case. Which brings me to the first course of action today, because one thing that I didn't do yesterday is actually expert roulette. So I'm going to be starting with that here in a minute, but obviously I'm going to take a look at my retainers first. Because expert roulette also potentially gives you some materia. Some being the keyword here. It's actually not really worth doing it for the most part. But yeah, I guess that's just how it works. I think I can actually put the sweet Alyssum stuff back on here. And let me put these at a reasonable price this time. Although then again, I mean, I don't know. They're actually going up in price. I just didn't sell the curtain. That's unfortunate. So let's keep them here. Yeah, I adjusted a couple prices yesterday as well. Which fortunately means that I'm finally selling stuff again. Like these things, for example. That being said, it's still going to take a bit of time actually leveling the retainers themselves. That's definitely not going to be ready for Savage, and because of that, I just don't really care. I'm going to be doing that, you know, over the next couple of weeks, and it'll be fine. That's going to be a thing for the future, right? I'm pretty much trying to set it up to where I can just have my retainer gather all the new materials. Is this worth something? I guess it is. 2,000. Sometimes it's hard to tell. Do you want to put it at like... Yeah, let's do that. 3,190. And then the happiness juice. It's probably a weird name, but alright. Like this. Sold a bunch of materia. Oh, nice. The command stuff. Well, that's some nice skill. One thing that I kind of learned through the leaf quests is how much money they actually give. So it might be worth it to do them from time to time, to actually use my leaf allowances to make money. I never really thought about that. I mean, I know that a lot of people were doing like the cooking, not cooking, cookie leaves, you know, towards the end of Shadowbringers, but I don't know how, you know, how good that it really is. I mean, technically you can probably make more money by crafting different stuff, but then again, I don't know. Well, sold a cheap ring, nice. Ah, wait, this is on the other retainer. These aren't, though. Can sell these, and these are on her as well, yeah. Put them here. Yeah. That's pretty much that. These things over here. That's where I'm gonna be really, really confused at some point. But I honestly don't know a good sort of sorting method for where you put stuff on your retainers. Now that I have 2 retainers for materials, I'm really not sure what would be the best thing to do in that regard. Right? What would be the best thing in terms of sorting the materials on both retainers. Let's see. Still 690, right? Yeah. 690 for 20. Competence material is still on here. Hard to tell, right? They sometimes go up in price and then they fall back down. I could do either 4980 or I could try 669. But I think I did that for a long time and it just didn't sell. So let's do 4980. $49.80 for 10. I always want to go to 90 because that's my usual thing, right? Okay, and then I'm gonna be opening one more coffer, which I think in this case will be... No, it won't. It will be the... what is it? Level 86 earrings, I think. So let's do that outside before the song gets really good. I mean, the beginning is also really good, but yeah, whatever. And then, yeah, I'm gonna start with my expert lead. Considering weeklies, I think I still have to finish my current Chloe book. Let's see, how many stickers am I missing? So I can do one more through that, and I can probably just solo Ifrit twice. Alright, let's take a look. These are the level 86 earrings. Earrings, 86. Let's see. Costa, 20,000, not bad. Ranged. Bit worse. The shop selling price is literally 20k. The HQ version is cheaper. Cool. Melee. They're all not really worth that much. Let's stick to Costa, actually. I mean, 20k gil is still better than nothing, I guess. Let's do 2449. Okay. Nice. And then switch to... Oh, I desperately need to level a tank. Scholar, I don't know. So far, Scholar sort of... I'm still... Well, one thing I'm still unsure about is whether or not I should be putting cooldowns here. In a way, I like it, because it puts the very, very important cooldowns, or rather, the cooldowns that I tend to forget, front and center. But then at the same time... I don't know. Scholar in current Expert Roulette is just a weird thing overall, I feel like, in my experience. Mainly because, for some reason, I don't know, you have so many very, very potent group healing skills, but not really that much single target healing skills. And the weird thing is, right, so, for example, summoning Seraph for big pulls is obviously a good thing, right? That's really, really beneficial. It just feels so weird. It feels so freaking weird. You know, having to summon your strongest group heal ability for single target healing, right? That's what's, I don't know, sort of annoying me with Scholar. And I know that that hasn't really changed. Oh, well, it's a warrior. I don't have to heal anything. I know that that sort of hasn't really changed in terms of... Wait, what? Yeah, you literally don't have to heal warriors. Oh, maybe you do. That's such a... I mean, it also depends, obviously, on how good your tank is. Like, your Scholar dungeon experience can be vastly improved by having a good tank, right? Although then again, warrior just isn't really a measurement currently. Never was, though. Like, in dungeons, warrior could always just really, really easily heal. And then suddenly they drop. I don't know. That's the weirdest part about, well, especially not having really leveled the current tanks, and then seeing a tank drop that much. It's just a bit hard to gauge sometimes on Scholar how much healing they actually require. Because you don't really have any kind of passive heal on them, except for X-Corp, obviously. So that's... I don't know. It's a bit of a weird thing sometimes. Well, I think on bosses especially, you don't even really have to use at the correct spot. Let's just use my fairy heal. Oh. See, I'm... I don't know, I'm still not really happy about the position of my dots overall. Let's actually use that ability, huh? Shall we? Yeah, sometimes, again, in a situation like this, you really don't know what you're even supposed to do with your stacks. And then there are other situations where, well, you know... What? Oh, shit! I was looking at the wrong side. Oh, whoopsie. Ah, I'm still missing... I'm still using my old, what is it? My old position where I had the, what's it? The serif, right? They changed how the serif works. So in Shadowbringers you had the summoning button, and then you had another button for actually casting the heal thing, which now obviously is different. Right now it's the same button. You summon serif, and then after that you actually... Now let's finally use this damn fairy tether. I don't know, those crit things aren't really worth it, huh? Let's just use Dissipation. I won't be using it otherwise. Between the pulls, always the best thing to use it there. Not that it's really necessary with this warrior, but... Yeah, I don't know. I mean, Scholar, I think... what I actually like most about Scholar is when you can plan things out, right? So when you properly, you know, think about, oh, I can be using this here, I can be using that here. Right, and that way it's just really, really fun. But if you don't, like, if that's not possible, because you're in a dungeon and, you know, it's really, really different every time what's happening, then, I don't know, it's just weird in those cases. What's that sound anyway? Let me just quickly check if I've actually yeah, but I did. Just wanted to, not that I'm doing this and then I actually hadn't reset my book. That would have been really, really unfortunate. Is he jumping in a, like... I think he's jumping in a sort of random direction, right? Pretty sure. Let's just use the fairy heal. just said a minute ago that I have so many group heals. So now one of the workers is moving, I think. Didn't they move already? Oh no, this is still happening. See, now I suddenly have like a million stacks that I don't know what to do with. Dissipation's coming up as well. Oh wait, what's this? He can have some pretty weird patterns. Oh, whoopsie. Probably should not have used that stack. That was not that great. Oh, what the fuck? What is that crit shield? Holy shit, that's a bit much. Yeah, and then the other weird thing is, so now for example, right, I didn't even, like, there was no point in using the fairy tether, and yet because of all the stacks that I got, I'm completely overcapped on that. Like, the fairy gauge is still probably by far the most annoying thing. They should have, there should be a different way. I don't know, I don't get it really. Right? There is, for some reason, there is one ability that actually uses those stacks, right? Wait, I want to do this. Why? What? I don't know why that took so long for him to gain aggro on that thing. I mean, it's not like I wasn't standing right on top of the tank. Right? I don't know what happened there. Oh wait, when did I use all my stacks? Oh right, I used two. Never mind. Although unfortunately now I actually used my whole tether gauge thing. You know what? Maybe dungeon tanking, dungeon healing, the dungeon tanking, what am I talking about? Yeah, maybe I should have just used the tether more, but then again, I think the big reason why I literally don't really have to do anything here is because the tank's just, you know, doing all the healing work for me. Like, there's literally no point having a healer with you if you have a competent warrior as well, right? It's sort of a, I don't know, it's a bit unfortunate in some regards. Can I please die? Is the summoner even doing stuff, by the way? Am I missing all of the huge ass summons? Or is he literally not doing that much? Well, he's definitely casting his buff, that's for sure. This boss is really fun. Although it does have... The only issue that I have with this boss specifically is that... that you can get some very unfortunate patterns that are not melee friendly. That's my only issue that I have with this thing. This one's the melee friendly one though. Like, you can get this pattern pretty much, but then he forces you to actually move like far away, which is just annoying. Annoying and unnecessary, to be completely honest. This is also a good pattern. This can also be pretty, like, every time he forces you to move away from him is when things go south, usually. Seriously? What the... Why did it go off so quickly? What the fuck? Oh wait, why am I assuming the... Huh. No. At least he's pretty nice to us. What's he doing now, though? Oh, he's doing this thing. Let's just cast this. I don't know what else to do with my stacks anyways. No. Fairy isn't here. What's it coming back? Oh, this. Okay, that's nice. Let me give you a commendation. Yeah, nice. Well, that was easy. Yeah, I don't know. It's just weird, isn't it? I don't know. I don't like this extreme variance. But that's also because of the people in this thing, obviously, right? And then, I don't know. I mean, Scholar... In a way, I just really don't like Scholar for dungeon healing. I really don't. It's mainly because you have so much variance in terms of how dungeons can go, and you feel really, really weak if you run into a situation where you have a lot of people dying. Especially if you yourself still aren't, like, I still make mistakes in these dungeons just because I'm not really used to playing Scholar anymore, and I also haven't played these dungeons, really, right? I mean, I've done them... Well, that dungeon that we just did, I did, I don't know, 3-4 times now, but, you know, definitely not that used to them yet, so... Yeah, it's just, I don't know. Alright, let's do unrestricted party. And I need Titan, not Titan, Ifrit Extreme. Think I can still do that on Red Mage? I mean, Thornmarch Extreme shouldn't be that difficult either, but let's see. Brand this one. Just want to be finished with the book. So reset should be in... That's actually, I can practice my open. Holy shit, he's dying quickly. Well, whoopsie, huh? Is he now spamming his enrage? No, he's not. What the fuck? Oh, I also get... Oh, that's why. Epic Echo. Holy shit. Maximum HP, damage dealt, and potency of HP restoration actions are increased beyond what even you thought possible. What the fuck? Why do you get Epic Echo in Ifrit Extreme? I think they kind of overshot a bit in terms of balancing this thing. Right? I mean... Ultima's Bane, I can just do this. I don't even have to reset anything. That's kind of nuts, I feel like. That shouldn't be that quick. Holy fuck. Although then again, I mean... I am level 90 though, right? So... in order to properly gauge whether or not it actually changed compared to Shadowbringers, I'd probably have to do it on a level 80 character. So maybe that's why it was so quick. Weird. Oh, right, it's here, right? The Minstrel's Ballad, Ultima's Bane. That should also be incredibly quick. That's even easier, right? Than Ifrit, I think. That was still weird. I mean, it's kind of nuts, right? We currently have... So Epic Echo is pretty much 4 times everything, it seems like. Or 3 times, maybe? No, 4 times. Definitely 4 times. It's almost 4 times the usual amount of stuff. Boom. 33 seconds. Oh, well then. I mean, I guess that's pretty good for Chloe's book. This way. At least it's very, very quick to do these things. I'd imagine, I don't know if they actually... Well, I guess we'll see at some point, right? I wonder if they also give you Epic Echo in things like Thornton, for example, Thornton Extreme. I don't know if that would be realistic to do by yourself still. I know that it, in theory, was possible before, I think. Of course, I'm not getting a single freaking... I had so many chances of getting lines and I didn't get anything. As always. Alright, 1 second though. Gonna take a quick bathroom break and then I'll be back. Be right back. Alright, let's do this. So reset is in 10 minutes, correct? I'm actually a bit early on that. Let me see. Wait, first let's change this again. Oh, was reset already? Ah, wait, we're in... Wait, was it already? Apparently it was, huh? Was reset at 9? Wait, can I check that anywhere? Here, right? Yeah. It's at 9. Huh. Guess because of winter time, winter standard time, whatever. Well, that's even better. Let me check for a second here. So, let's just do those on Summoner, because that's the job that I'll be raiding on. Not that I need that much more practice with it. I mean, I did, like, I don't know, 40 Zodiac Heidelin kills on Summoner so far. Maybe 35. Something like that. So it's not like I actually need any real practice on it. But I grabbed the feet and hands last time. Let me just quickly check if where is it? Oh, they actually updated a bunch of stuff. Interesting. Alright, I already hate the new summoner openers. Well, I mean, mine have been pretty alright so far, I think, so. So they're recommending Titan first, and for the most part I've been using Garuda first currently, but they're also recommending to immediately cast Searing Light, which is probably one of the most annoying things in general. I think they probably... Is there a reason why Searing Light, so the summoner's buff, cannot be used outside of combat? Because that just feels unnecessary, to be honest. I mean, I guess they wanted to avoid some sort of pre-casting situation, right? Because it's so long with 30 seconds, it might have actually been better to pre-cast it. But it, I don't know, really annoying. Well, Summoner is just weird in general now, it seems. So a lot of people, I've already seen people are definitely recommending you use higher spell speed because that gives you more flexibility. Right? If you bring your spell speed up to a point where you can use an additional Ruin 3 somewhere, that might definitely be good for flexibility, but I don't know. I mean, technically I'm going to be replacing most of my stuff with the crafted set anyways. So the amount of spell speed that I'm gonna get, I can't really control anyway. Since I started with gloves and feet, I think I'm just gonna stick to this recommendation and get the pants this week. These ones, These are also the only ones that I haven't melded, interestingly enough, which I think I didn't because I wanted to get the pants this week, right? So yeah, let's just stick to that for the time being. At least that way I have, you know, sort of a reliable set if I'm not able to get all the crafted gear on the first day of raid, right? Because this is still going to be more than enough for the first 2 encounters, probably. That being said, though, I'm currently at, what, 2.46, I think, right? Yeah, which is a pretty comfortable spell speed, I think. Because I had some problems on 2.47, and especially on 2.48, in terms of getting the last... whatever the fuck it's called now, Ruin 3 equivalent into the Bahamut and Phoenix windows, right? Technically, just with my current ping, I should be able to do it. It's just... Well, the problem is I'm on PS4, so that definitely puts some limitations on it, especially if there are heavy effects going on at a certain time, which, especially with Summoner, there are heavy effects going on. And unfortunately, frame rate does somewhat influence how fast the client reacts to button inputs, right? So even though your ping is good, you might still clip that last GCD, and I don't know, I just want to be a bit more comfortable in that regard. So 2.46, I'm going to stick to that for the time being. Obviously, when later on we get into optimizing stuff, that's going to change anyways. I have a feeling, unfortunately, someone is going to have some weird spell speeds that will be recommended for certain fights, depending on when transition phases are. So for example, in Hydaelyn, a way higher spell speed is definitely the way to go. Because you delay your second buff window anyways, but you still want to summon Bahamut before the ads phase. I think I explained that like 2 or 3 streams ago, which is a really annoying thing. But yeah, in that case, it's really, really beneficial having as high a spell speed as possible, because then you actually have a chance of getting almost your whole Bahamut window in before Hydaelyn disappears, right? Especially if you can somehow manage to do a really, really fast opener, which on that higher spell speed is probably going to be more difficult, right? Because you just run a really, really high risk of clipping your buff. Or ghosting your buff, rather, not clipping. Yeah, so there's going to be some weird stuff with that anyways. That being said, though, you can always... Like, I generally like the flexibility more of knowing that I don't really have that much spell speed on the gear itself, and I can just choose to meld more spell speed. Now, obviously, you know, with the stuff that I have, it wouldn't really be possible for me to meld enough spell speed to, for example, get to 2.34, which I think is recommended for Hydaelyn currently. Or rather, it's not necessarily recommended, I think it's just the highest spell speed possible, probably, for Summoner currently. But yeah, with that, you know, sort of in mind, I think that's definitely going to be something to look out for. Now, that being said, I'm still going to go for the pants right now, just because that's, you know... Wait, what am I doing? Just because I feel like that makes more sense. Alright, and while I'm doing that, I'll be going to... Oh, I could just... That's the new one, right? That isn't worth that much. Let's just grab the Poetics. Although at this rate, I'm gonna be really, really quick with getting all the Pneumorite? I don't... whatever that's called. Stuff for the Heavensward Relic. But yeah, let's just stick to this first. Let's get the pants. That's gonna be a good baseline. And then next week, as soon as I'm able to pentamelt the crafted gear, I'm gonna swap that in anyway. Now, that being said, I think it's probably gonna be a bit annoying with the spell speed stuff. In terms of overmelding your stuff, right? I don't know what you should go for in that regard, to be honest. Now that I think, oh, for fuck's sake. Why am I always forgetting that this also gives like half a level of experience? Fucking hell. I forgot this twice now. No, whatever. It's not a big deal anyways. I don't really care. But still, I mean, that would have been another level. I could have had, I don't know, Dark Knight at 81 already with that, but whatever. That's so weird. I'm still used to the, you know, because it never had that in the, or rather, I never used it. At the point where they patched in that the Chloe books also give experience, I already had everything leveled to 80. So I never used those. So now I'm not really used to using them, which is really annoying. Okay. Ugh, seriously? Ah, whatever. How many poetics do I have? 1,000. And how many Pnumrite do you need? 105 would be correct currently, right? Because 90 equals, what? 6 relics, right? And then 105 would equal 7. So I'm gonna grab 5 more. Oh, that's the first fight, right? No, that's good. Yeah, I mean, let's try the recommended opener, which says that I'm supposed to... Ooh, I know that Dragoon. Says I'm supposed to clip this. I don't know if I actually clipped it. Oh, whatever. His animation is going to be really, really annoying on Savage, I think. I mean, a lot of people are using Garuda though. Is that the... I think that's the right one, if I remember correctly. Yeah, see, people are using Garuda if you're Titan for the most part. I'm really not sure what the best course of action would be here. I almost have a feeling I'm forgetting, like, I'm forgetting a dot. Because I've played so many dot-based jobs now, with leveling Bard and, well, also the healers in Expert Roulette. Now, because of that, I'm currently thinking that I'm forgetting something. Fire... Ice is here. So you need another fire one now. I mean, I think using your buff early definitely gets you into your second Bahamut phase a lot quicker. Probably. I don't know if you really want that though. Because you might skip some raid buffs. I mean, then again, I'm probably now gonna have to delay my next Phoenix, because otherwise I probably won't be able to. Can't see. Oh, for fuck's sake. I didn't see what he was casting. Everything was too shiny. Well, at least I can just heal myself. Ah, he's also... yeah, okay. See, that's why I didn't like that. Like, there's just too much going on screen at times with the summoner. I literally could not see what he was doing. I didn't see whether or not he had the light or the fireball thingies around him. And no, I'm not turning down effects. Alright, this time I could see. How we actually... wait, did the other summoner die? I didn't even pay attention to that. I really do like swift casting Slipstream though. I think this was it basically, right? Oh, I can just stay here, nice. He's gonna flail this time though, right? I think. At some point. I have to go north after this. He is flailing on the other side though, but that's fine. Oh yeah, the summoner died again. Just put this on it. Ah, shit. Should have healed the Dragoon. Let's add this. I don't know if it's... yeah, this actually does quite a lot of damage. I think it's better to add this rather than the... rather than the stack. Yeah, see, this time I had to delay Bahamut. Which overall, you know, not a big deal. I mean, obviously it's not a big deal because you're supposed to do that. And this time it was really hard again to see what he was doing. Is that me? No, it's not. I wonder what that is going to be in Savage, right? That just seems like such a random thing that he does. Alright, I'll just stay here. It's good. Is he gonna flail the other side as well? Guess he's not. Well then. 1 second. Ah, shit. So I need to get the, what did I say? with these ones, I need to get the pants, right? Probably, yeah. Well, that's certainly a nice roll. Frickin' 2. Did it get it? I think it didn't, right? Pretty sure somebody else grabbed them. 1 second though. Just needed to take a quick look at Discord. Yeah, I didn't get it, right? Nope. Who got it? What are they called anyway? Greaves? No. These things, right? Oh, seriously. Ah, the Dragoon. I know that Dragoon. He was part of my static for like a month. Did a lot of Dragoon things. Nah, I mean, he was a good guy. Nice guy. Maybe I should say that. Yeah, I wanted to grab 5 of those. Let's see. 5. Yes. Nice. Let's put this away. That's always annoying, right? Two people rolled on those. And I rolled a 2. No, whatever. I mean, I do like the fights. They're fairly fun. Summoner, not so much. The new Summoner is just, man, I don't know. I mean, well, obviously the fight itself is really, really easy, right? And he's just doing the same thing over and over again. So because of that, you know, it does feel very boring when you're playing a very easy job in a battle that's really easy as well. But still. I probably should have grabbed the weekly hunt thing. Let's just do that while I'm waiting. I do have this one though, right? Still in my inventory? No. Oh. I think I spent these as well. Yeah. Let me go to Charlian and actually kill the new B rank. I'm not going to be using the sacks of nuts anyway. Oh fuck, I only have 200 and... I literally spent like 100 Aetheryte tickets last week. Or not last week, but just this weekend, actually, I think. Leveling the crafters and stuff. Because I had to gather so much. Well, I mean, that's what the tickets are for. I just need to keep an eye on those. Don't want to run into a situation where I actually pay thousands of gil for teleports. Yeah, the hunt stuff. I mean, you can get materia, but it's really not worth getting materia for sacks of nuts unless you're capping them accidentally, right? The EU again. Ah, right, you can grab the new wings from this. Completely forgot about that. Probably want to do that then. Right, let's just get them. I don't know, I don't care. And the occasional roll at some point. Currently, there isn't actually that much, right? They're probably going to introduce another mount into this, I guess, at some point. The cat's already also really cute. At some point, I really do have to sort of look up all the... This one, right? Labyrinthos. I don't know where it spawns, though. Oh, I can literally just... Although then again, it would have been that expensive. Whatever. I think last time I killed it, it spawned in the lower circle. I think. But that's not really saying much, is it? I mean, I can literally circle, the lower circle, for this. And if it's not there, I'm just gonna do the upper parts. I mean, it's definitely still really fun doing the normal mode, because last week I didn't do it that much, right? Obviously we did it with, like I did it to unlock it, everything once. And then I did it with my static a bunch of times to get everyone their gear, but because we did it as a static, it was really, really fast getting everyone their gear. I mean, we pretty much, I think... Well, we did every fight twice, about something like that, right? So... But overall, that means I haven't really done those fights all that much. And just kind of fun going back and doing them. I don't know, I never really, you know... Well, obviously world first raiders are probably analyzing those fights. And, well, I've seen a bunch of people also really already speedrunning and optimizing them. And obviously without Savage... That is definitely a thing you can do. And there's definitely also a bunch of stuff that you can glean from those fights, right? There's definitely a bunch of stuff where you can... Well, maybe not really speculate, but certainly just really remember how certain things work. So, especially if you're going for... Oh, there it is, right? Seriously? Wait, can I kill it? Let's see if I can kill it before I have to get into rain. It takes a really long time. I won't be able to do that again. Although maybe... Nah. Let's do that after I'm done. If nobody else kills it, it should still be at the exact same position, hopefully. Whatever. I mean, yeah, there's definitely a bunch of stuff where you can... Oh, same one again. There's definitely a bunch of stuff where you can... think about the... doing right side, right? Yeah. At least he's sort of... What? Oh. What the hell? Why was he turned around? That was weird. What's the tank doing? At least you can see his, like, even if you don't see the chain, right, because of the effects or something, you can still see the direction he's turning, I wonder what this line thing is going to be. For example, that's definitely a thing where you can sort of speculate on what might be the best, or not the best, but you can speculate on what that might be, right, in terms of what kind of mechanic that might be in Savage. And I don't know really, right? That's really interesting. Because it could literally be on multiple people. We have to spread, and he's doing lines on multiple people. I don't think that's what's going to happen. It's probably still going to be on one person, but there's going to be something else that requires you to spread, so that you don't, like, hit other people with it, right? Oh shit, that's wrong. I need to be over here. I have a feeling it's going to be something like that. Let's go over here. Don't have to move anymore after that. I have a feeling it's going to be something like that, where we're overriding our buffs. The other summoner and me. Ah, whatever. Or maybe, could also be that it combines with the things that we just did, right? The fire ice phase, and whoever gets the line needs to be in a separate quarter of the arena or something. Although then again, I mean, there has to be something else that would require you to move out of the party. I mean, maybe it gives everybody a bone stack or something, because otherwise, I think that's, yeah. Because otherwise, you could just literally, I guess, group heal through it, right? I hope it's not going to be something like that. What fight was it? And he's hitting to the right, huh? Wasn't it something now he's heading left, right? But what fight was that? Oh, it was the E6, right? That me? No. The Garuda Ifrit combination fight? With the phase where you had to find the safe spot. So Ifrit was kicking the fireballs into the arena, and you had to find the safe spot, right? And oh, that's left. And the way that worked is that it was actually more beneficial to literally grab the, like, always stand north and just grab the bone stack. That was more efficient, because it was so easy to heal and he wasn't doing anything else at that point in time that, yeah, it was literally just more efficient and better for your own damage to grab the bone stack. Like, have everybody in your party just grab the bone stack. And I really hope they're doing something different here. that doesn't happen. Alright, he's probably flailing, so I need, what, fire, right? Well, that was lucky. Oh, that's a bad pattern. Holy shit. Oh, let me heal the Bard. Yeah, if you needed to grab ice right there, that was pretty unfair. That it can be that different depending on what you get. Already a bit problematic for the Savage, I feel like. In terms of that. I mean, not that it would be that important, but I don't know. In those cases, I think it should always be the same. So either force everybody to move or no one, right? if you're standing correctly. But having something like that, where it forces only one side to move, like in this case it only forced the people with it only forced the people who needed to grab, what was it, ice to move? That's kind of bad. He's sitting to the other side, right? I don't know. I still have a feeling that there's gonna be moments where I just can't see what's going on in his face. Definitely feel like that's going to be a thing at some point. Because the issue is that both Titan and Ifrit, in terms of their summoning animation, are really, really close to the colors that he has here, right? He's hitting right, yeah. So that's, yeah, not that great, to be honest. Alright, see if I can grab the loot this time. Don't need these ones. Oh, somebody just left. 61 might be enough, depending on what the other people need. Well, if everybody's doing their part and this fight doesn't drag on for a million years, it's actually pretty fun. I think... the reason why I felt... Well, when I did it the first time last week, like literally while I was still doing the raid story, and I did this fight for the first time, obviously nobody really knew what was going to happen. Ah, nice. Because of that, I think it just literally took twice as long. And at that point, it felt a bit boring, right? Because if it's this fast, he actually only does all of his stuff once, right? Let's just quickly kill this thing. So he's doing, well, not entirely, but he starts off with the ice fire phase. And then he's transitioning into the fire light phase or whatever when he changes the arena, right? And then he's going back to the fire ice stuff. But in that case, he's actually... Why is this thing still not dead? Alright. But in that case, he's actually... Let's use these. Yeah, the second fire ice phase that you have here, right, is... Although... No, he goes into both phases twice, right? Now that I think about it. Anyway, it's definitely, you know, when the fight is shorter, like this, it feels more appropriate, right? Whereas, obviously, when I did it the first time, it took... I don't know if it took twice as long. Maybe it took 1.5 times as long or something. But at that point, it just feels weird if he continually repeats his phases. It's just... it just feels like he's sort of running out of steam, right? I mean, to an extent, that's always definitely a thing with a lot of normal raid bosses and stuff, where if they do have a lot of repeating mechanics without some phase changes in between, it does feel a lot like they're sort of running out of steam at the end. Or it just feels a little bit... Some of them, right? There's a whole bunch that function differently, but some of them just feel like, oh wait, he's just doing the same stuff over and over again, and it's sort of... you know, especially with context, right? Because you're doing the normal fight, usually because you're going through the story, right? And in that case, you're really, really hyped, right? A lot has happened in the story, and the fight is the culmination of all of that. It's the climax of whatever quest you're currently doing. And then you're doing the boss, and at some point he just repeats everything, right? That never really feels great. Now, that being said, though, for most bosses, they actually, at least in a way, avoid that, because especially when they have like really elaborate face transitions, or in the case of the final boss of Endwalker, literally have a final phase where the only point of that phase is to get you hyped up with the music, and it's just sort of a finish line thing, right? It wants to get you over the finish line. That's really, really cool normal mode fight design, if they do that. And also, there's just a bunch of other normal modes that are just really, really good. In that case, I mean, for example, Tsukuyomi. That fight in general is really good. The extreme version too. Although a lot of people, for some reason, struggle with the what was it? The 3 meteor phase, where you have to put the meteors. You have to put one meteor on the light side and the other on the dark side, so that you have a safe spot no matter what she does. If I remember correctly, a lot of people had trouble with it. And I think at some point during Shadowbringers, you were actually able to sort of heal through that if you paid a lot of attention. So you didn't necessarily wipe just because you didn't put the meteors in the correct position. But yeah, when it was current, obviously that was always a wipe every time. But still, the thing that I actually wanted to say, that's really cool fight design, because it has multiple thresholds. So first of all, the normal mode has a pretty prolonged first phase. Then you have that really well-designed ad phase. I mean, not well-designed in terms of gameplay, well-designed in terms of, well, the environment and the story part of it, right? When Yotsuyo's parents appear, and Asahi appears, and Xenos appears, right? And Kosetsu is there as well. That's really well designed in terms of storytelling. And again, yeah, the normal mode has a prolonged first phase compared to Extreme. But then even after that, I think, you know, once she is in her like moon form, or whatever you want to call it, the second phase of the fight, right after the ads phase, she basically transitions between the dark light phase, where you have to switch between the dark and light side of the arena to not die, and in between she does her what are those called? The fans? I think the fancy fans. Basically the same thing that Shiva does as well, just that Tsukuyomi also combines it with a stack, which is really cool. I really like that phase as well. A pulsing stack, even. But interestingly enough, I think there's also another threshold. I don't know if it's at like 30% health, something like that, but she definitely doesn't start with her other attacks. And I think that's actually the same in Extreme 2. But obviously in Extreme, it's timed, and there is going to be an enrage at some point. Whereas in normal mode, she repeats after a certain... she repeats mechanics after a while, right? But not in a way where you really notice, I feel like. Because she has another change where she also does her in-out stuff, where her back is either glowing light or dark. Sort of moon phase thing, right? New moon or full moon. So that's an in or out, and she also has her light-dark blades that are a 105-degree cleave, I think, to the right or left of her. Or 120 degrees, I never know how much it actually is. Might be 105. No, wait, 105? It's already 180. So 205. Oh, whatever. But yeah. Did I hit everybody with that? Probably missed the tank or some bullshit. If they're always sprinting to the forefront. Why is there always another summoner? Always two of them. But yeah, she actually doesn't do those cleaves and the in-out stuff until a certain threshold, I think. Right? I'm not 100% certain on that. But I think that that's how it works. And because of that, it actually... Ooh, I didn't... Whoopsie. Didn't see he was actually pointing this way. But because of that, it does feel like she still has something else, right, that's happening. Oh, wait. That's... almost did it wrong. I need to remember, so the main thing that the boss does is always, like, in front of him. Is that the right way? I think it is. And the, his head is always just a line as big as his hitbox, I think, roundabout. Isn't he also doing the spread thing right now? Yeah. I wonder, so there is... It only hits like 6 people or something, right? So that's also interesting. I wonder how that will turn out in Salvage. And with this as well, right? Since you only have to do it, or you only have to stack with 2 people. Those red arrows. I wonder if that's also going to be a thing in Savage, where you have a stacking partner again. I think that's what's going to happen. Okay, head is over there. I actually didn't see this the first time I was doing the fight, because I was confused by him regrowing his head. So for a second there, I thought that that the head was just, that I missed whatever the head was doing, right? And I just hadn't paid attention. But what was actually happening is that I didn't notice that the head was regrowing. And I actually got hit by it, because I didn't realize it was literally standing at the edge of the arena. Well, not standing, but, you know, that it was flying from there to through the arena. Alright, this is awkward. Why? Oh. Did I just overwrite my own shield? Oh wait, what? Huh? I didn't know that either. So the head is actually also doing other attacks at some point? Huh. So does it... Wait, how do you see whether or not they're doing a half-room cleave or just a line? Is it somehow dependent on the size of their... Is it somehow dependent on the size of their there hitboxes or something? There has to be some sort of animation thing, right? That lets you see whether or not they're only doing a line or actually hitting everything. I mean, he's red now, right? Maybe that's it? This is going to be fun on Savage. We have to realize where you go. Both tanks actually got sent into the... Oh, I flipped slightly. Didn't want that. Huge eruption? Is that a right one? Ah, no, that's this thing. Oh, well, that's unfortunate. Ooh. Yeah, I shouldn't have done that. Whoopsie. Yeah, you probably shouldn't run... Is that the right way? Yeah. Probably shouldn't run very close to the meteor and then also run into the line stack. Not the best idea. But the healer saved me, so all good. It's really weird because the tanks are sort of turning around the whole time, or at least, well, he's tanking himself, right? Which is a bit weird. Because the boss is constantly turning around. Yeah, I think, I mean, it has to do something with the size of that hitbox arrow. I'm pretty sure. Because I think in the beginning they had only has like a very small arrow. Although in this case it also for some reason had... Oh, never mind. Why though? Alright, that's kind of weird. Why is... What the fuck is that? Why is Titan's body going over, like visually going over those red arrows? It's a bit unfortunate. Definitely also seeing potential there for sort of aiming poorly. And because of that, potentially being kicked into the water anyway. Whatever. Let's see here. So some of them should technically drop 2 pants pieces, I think. 76? No, might work out. But yeah, I haven't quite figured out where those hitboxes actually are for the different... Of course I didn't get it. What the fuck? Oh, 3 people rolled on it, huh? Maybe? Only 2... 83... Well, whatever. Yeah, it's a bit weird in terms of where that half rune cleave thing is starting. Because I have a feeling sometimes it's starting from the middle of his hitbox and sometimes it's starting sort of from the back, but not all the way from the back. I don't know. Now that I'm thinking about it, are they gonna have those arrows in Savage? I don't know if it would actually be hard to see in Savage if it was only based on the boss hitboxes. Because there's literally two bosses on top of each other. I kind of think the arrows should still be there, and it should just combine in an interesting way, right? I mean, there's definitely a lot of potential there as well, because it could combine, well, in multiple ways. It's already combining, a little bit at least, with the knockback, right? So the knockback, you sometimes have to pay attention, or most of the time actually, you have to pay attention with the head charges through the arena. So it forces you to be knocked back to the correct position. Now, obviously, you can completely negate that with shortcast. I'm not entirely sure how viable that will be on Savage. I have a feeling that it's actually better, probably, to be actually knocked back, because you might want to be knocked back into like two different directions or something. Because he might also be doing something else at the same time. I don't really know. But then there's also there's potential for some other interesting combinations where he, might turn his two heads into certain directions and then it combines it with, what is it called, Tainted Flood, where you still have to spread. So you really quickly have to spread after the AoE goes off or something. I don't know. There's definitely potential for a few really interesting combinations of those mechanics. But then at the same time, might also be fairly straightforward. I mean, in a way, it's been a fairly long time since I've actually done... Well, I mean, obviously it's been a fairly long time since the last raid tier came out, right? So... And then those raid tiers always released with Savage at the same time, so technically it's been since the beginning of Shadowbringers, since we had a normal raid came out before Savage, right? 2 weeks before Savage. So, I don't know, I'm just trying to think back how those raids were in comparison to what Savage then turned out to be, right? So Eden Normal was basically the first phase in Savage, right? Because E1 in Savage, like the first phase is the exact same thing, more or less, just obviously with a lot more damage going out and without, marking what the different abilities do, and then also, well, you're definitely forced to actually coordinate the mechanics, obviously, right? But the mechanics themselves in that first phase are the exact same. And then it reverses the way the mechanics work after that, and then also has an additional phase with the rotating orbs. E1 was actually a really, really good first fight. Now that I think back on it, I mean, Ramuh wasn't bad either. Technically, Ramuh is probably the harder fight, just because it can wipe you more easily. But then again, E1 had a ton of damage going out for a first fight as well. So I think overall, E1 is actually the best first Savage fight in Shadowbringers. From the first fights, right? So, in comparison to Ramuh and Cloud of Darkness. Cloud of Darkness is probably the worst one. It has some really, really cool... It probably has the most unique design out of the three, but at the same time, that uniqueness has some flaws. Some fairly big flaws, in my opinion. I mean, that's a different discussion altogether. I'm just thinking back, right? So E1 had actually a bunch more stuff in Savage that just wasn't part of normal mode. So maybe, you know, what I did in the first fight could literally just be sort of the first Savage phase, and then he will do something else entirely in between. Although then again, I mean, obviously just speculating here, but the first fight probably won't have an ad phase or something, because I think if it had, then that would also be part of normal mode already. So, and also just the fight in and of itself doesn't really lend itself to having an ad phase. It doesn't really make sense in terms of who you're fighting, and it doesn't really make sense in terms of the mechanics that we've seen so far, right? I just think that there's obviously going to be a more difficult combination of the mechanics that we've already seen, and then there's probably going to be either a second phase or also some shenanigans where he not literally reverses, but certainly alternates the way those mechanics work, right? I do think so, though, thinking back to at least all of the Shadowbringers first fights always had sort of two cycles of their same mechanics, right? Obviously E1 in that case, again, sort of the best one out of them, because E1 has this triple thing going on, where it does the normal mode mechanics, then it has the ad phase, then it reverses the mechanics, and then it has yet another phase where it has the normal mechanics again, right? Which I'm not the biggest fan of that last phase, because again, it's literally the same thing. But that being said, though, the whole thing with actually completely reversing how everything works is pretty cool. And well, Ramuh is a lot more boring in that regard. Obviously, Ramuh also has differences in how the mechanics work, but I would say that overall, Ramuh pretty much just has one cycle until the 14 spears thing, and then after it, he just has a second cycle of more or less the same things. I know there is a bit of a difference here and there, right? Obviously, the tank ad, the really annoying one, that changes slightly, and I think there are some other slight changes as well. But overall, it's literally the same phase, sort of, all over again, right? Alright, let me actually pay attention to this. Yeah, and then Cloud of Darkness also has pretty much the same stuff going on again, right? After... Well, Cloud of Darkness... Yeah, Cloud of Darkness literally has... I mean, it does have some unique stuff in between, especially that weird transition where you have to find the right pizza slice. But other than that, it also has sort of one cycle that it repeats twice, right? So... I still haven't figured out when you have to go out and when you have to stay in with this stuff. Oh, that's... Oh, now I know. Okay. So when it gets the... Ah, okay. Literally shows you in the beginning. I didn't notice that last time. So you have to look out for... Yeah. You have to look out for that specific animation. Oh. I was too slow. That's always what I was confused about when I did this last week. Is at what point that animation actually happens. For some reason I wasn't really aware of that. Is Dark and Fire the Red White, or is that something different? Oh, that's something different. Never mind. It's these things, okay. Let me get this one. It's actually fairly cool that this always works out in normal mode. For some reason, you would think that there's actually... let me move. Nice. For some reason... Ah, shit. Usually in fights, people tend to... What? Oh, fuck. No. Was a bit too early. Still fine, I think. So these circles literally just can't overlap, right? Which is also incredibly weird to me. When I first saw this face, I thought that you had to bring them to the... oh, that was dumb. No, whatever. When I first saw this face, I thought you had to bring them to the edge or something. Which, I mean, in a way you have to, obviously, because only by bringing them to the edge would you actually keep them far enough apart, right? But yeah, I thought that you weren't supposed to actually have them right below Phoenix here. Phoenix, however the fuck you pronounce that name. Ah, shit. Should have gotten Phoenix out right away. Oh right, that's literally the... I should have added... whatever. Doesn't matter. Worked out anyways. Now that's the face with the 4 things. Yeah. Oh. Actually didn't see that the last one was here. For phases like that, that's actually... I think that is certainly the most difficult summoner phase. The fricking... the Ifrit phase. If you have to move during that phase, it's really annoying. Obviously, you know, once you know how the fight goes. Oh, what's this thing? Oh, seriously? It gives you bone sec right away? I was in there for like a second. Interesting. Ooh, that was way too close. See, once again, the frickin' Ifrit thing. Wait. I thought the other white mage was raising the... Alright, now it's that thing again. Let me grab the other white mage. Even though that forces me to cast Slipstream, but Why is the other tank constantly standing with the group? Well, that was bad. Holy shit, what the fuck did he just do? Please heal me. Oh, that was close. Think? No, it's not. Wait, why? Why didn't I see the last one? That was weird. Alright, go out. That's really... Wait. Wait, is that attack actually bigger than... Let me grab that guy. Oh shit, they already raised him. Is that attack actually bigger than the circle on the arena? That would be really weird. Ah shit, I did this again. Well, at least you still have some options with Ifrit there. Seriously? Let me heal. Well, that wasn't... Summoner could have healed himself. You know what? At first, I wasn't such a big fan of this fight. Mostly because it was sort of a weird copy, or seems like a weird copy of both, what is it called, Suzaku and Phoenix. But looking at it, it's actually got pretty much very interesting mechanics overall. In a lot of ways. I should have used my shield. Wait, what? I never see which one's actually spawning last. Let me actually just use Titan this time. Alright. Yeah, once you know what to look for, that animation is really easy to see, obviously. The problem is that you know, if you don't know, like, for some reason I thought that it was doing, oh, for fuck's sake. For some reason I thought that it was doing the animation, like, during the cast bar or something. When I first saw that, right, I thought that I was doing the animation, during the cast bar. And because of that, I completely missed what it was actually doing at the end of the cast bar, right? So... What? I should have not been running into that one AoE. Although then again, I thought that it had already gone off. I mean, maybe it's just because the team sort of has troubles with this, right? Sometimes fights are more exciting that way because it actually shows you what kind of mechanics might be a bit more problematic in a lot of ways, right? I mean, yeah, once you know what to look for, that's really easy to deal with. Oh, seriously? Titan was just standing there. What the fuck am I supposed to hit now? Oh, that's the tank buster. Okay. Ah, yeah, this drops 2 pens. 92. Well, of course, obviously, in the fight where there's 2 pens, I'm rolling a frickin' 92 on them, right? Obviously, that's how it goes. And then in the other fights where they always only drop 1 thing, I roll like a 2 or a 16 or whatever. Well, technically, I rolled a, what was it, 76 in the other fight, and well, the other person just rolled an 83. So that was a bit unfortunate, but whatever. Well, obviously, now there's sort of a weird decision-making process going on, right? Because I kind of want to use Swiftcast every time for Slipstream. It makes the whole thing just feel a lot better. But especially in normal mode, that obviously completely negates your possibility to ever raise somebody, unless you really want to tank your damage, right? So in the case of if both healers are dead, for example, obviously you want to raise one of them, but other than that, yeah, I don't know. Oh, I need to go somewhere else. I mean, well, technically I really like this music, it's just... I don't know. Where would I go, though? Wait, where do I need to go? Let's just go to Sharlayan. Because I wanted to do the other crafting quests after this, right? But yeah, that third fight... I don't know. The problem, obviously, is its design. It's just so similar to stuff we already had that it feels very, very underwhelming in that regard. Now, that being said, though, it's really interesting in terms of its mechanics. At least as far as the normal mode goes. Although, then again, right, once again, if we sort of try to measure it up against the Shadowbringers' third fights, I think it's actually not that great. In comparison, right? I think... So the third fights in Shadowbringers were Leviathan... although then, yeah, well... Leviathan, then the weird cloud thing, what was it called? Iconoclasm. Whatever the hell the boss was called. The birds. And then Daddy Thancred in Reen's version, right? E11. In terms of their normal modes, right? If we're strictly talking about normal modes here, all 3 Shadowbringers' third fights were incredible. Like, actually incredible for normal modes. I think Leviathan is a ton of fun with those, with the arena changing. It's actually fairly challenging. You have to realize what he's doing there. And, well, the funny part is that in Shadowbringers, especially the third fights, aren't actually that different in Savage in a lot of ways. So the weird part is, right, so the Leviathan, for example, the whole normal mode, Leviathan, is pretty much the first phase in Savage, which is really underwhelming in Savage, which is why I said the normal modes are really, really good. The Savage versions of those normal modes are not really good. Only E11 I thought was pretty good. E11 was fun. I thought it was way too easy for a third fight, but it was still really, really fun. It would have been better as a second one, I think. I think, I said that back then, they should have actually designed... Like, they should have put Thancred as the second fight. Maybe reduce the... obviously reduce the enrage a little bit accordingly, right? But keep all of the mechanics the same. and then have a third fight with the dog, right? That's actually difficult. So the only really difficult part of E10 is the second pitch block, right, where you have to place the shadows correctly and everything. That's actually fairly complicated, but it's so far back in the fight. It's after like 8 minutes or something, right? It's way too far into the fight, and everything else is just very underwhelming. And so it's still a fun fight in a lot of ways. I definitely really like the mechanics that they did in E10. Because I always like those left and right stuff, and, you know, having to think about, oh yeah, there's a shadow, and that's hitting right, and then you have to turn here and do this, and I felt like those mechanics were really cool. It's just they were heavily underutilized in E10, and that's why I think they should have swapped E10 and 11, kept E11 the exact same, but made it the second fight, just with a slightly lower DPS check, and then they should have, and maybe, I mean, they could have lowered the damage or something, whatever, right? Maybe just remove or not remove, but reduce the amount of damage that's going out from the dot that you get when he's doing his raid wide. Something like that. Then make the dog like E11, right? So turn E10 into E11 and do like 3 really complicated pitch blocks or something, right? That would have been great. That being said, though, again, I think the third fights of each tier, the normal modes were pretty incredible. Having the actual portals in E7 in normal mode, a lot of people are still dying to that, right? Especially when it gets combined with the colors. And then you can actually wipe on the ads phase in normal mode if a lot of people are dying to the portals beforehand, right? So I had a couple of instances of E7 normal where a lot of people just died right before the ads phase, and then they were all with like brink of death debuffs and stuff, and we just weren't able to do the DPS check, right? If like all of your DPS are dying, or most of them, even if you are a DPS and still alive, it doesn't help, right? Especially since obviously when those people are dying, they're most likely either new players or just fairly inexperienced. So they're probably not doing that much damage because of that, right? Because they're just not very experienced. And then they also do way less damage because they died a bunch of times. And combine that, it actually makes the ad space pretty hard to do. Which is why I think as a normal mode, that fight is pretty good. As a Savage, it's incredibly boring because for some reason they decided, oh yeah, let's just make a fight where for the first 3 minutes, literally absolutely nothing is happening. I don't know. That's a bit weird. And then, well, I think E11 normal mode is also really good because it actually has almost all of the Savage mechanics in it. It literally has everything. It's just slower, and the AoEs are displayed, obviously, right? So that you can actually understand what's happening. The only differences are that I think the lightning tether isn't doing the pretty hard hitting double tank buster thing that also needs to be targeted away from the party. And then there are some other combinations, like for example, the light thing he does later doesn't give you the holy debuff. Or rather, that can't spread in normal mode, obviously. So in Savage, only one person can ever get hit by the lightning tether, because otherwise you have 2 holies exploding at the same time, right? Which just doesn't work. Everybody dies. But other than that, yeah, the normal mode of that is incredible. So I really hope that in this case, the fact that mechanics-wise, the third fight of this raid tier looks pretty good in normal mode doesn't mean that the Savage mode is going to be very underwhelming. I hope that they're going to be doing a bunch more with that, because it desperately needs it, right? That third fight here desperately needs more interesting stuff going on, because it's just too similar It's just way too similar to other fights that already exist in the game, right? Not even only Suzaku and Phoenix, but just in general. I think it's just too similar. Again, a lot of the things are happening in it, except for the ad space, really. Obviously, the animations might be different, you know, a bunch of other stuff might be different, but there's also a bunch of stuff that is just way too similar to things that already exist within the game, so... Yeah, I still don't exactly understand the AoE hitboxes there. They're always the same, though, seemingly. Because the big body underneath, like, it's not based on his... The size of the AoE is not based on his hitbox. And that's sort of what's a bit weird about that, right? It's not based on his hitbox, but instead it seems to be based on the arena. And that's kind of a weird thing, to be completely honest. I don't know why they did that. Alright, that's the spread mechanic. I think the Reaper's actually doing quite good damage, huh? At least they're over me in aggro this time. Alright, yeah, this is freaking annoying when things like these are happening, right? And I ghosted my right buff. Nice! Nice, nice. So it can still happen, huh? That is really unfortunate, though. I think the reason why I ghosted this was because I was moving for some reason. Might have been, although I wouldn't know, like, why would that keep the carbuncle from casting anything? Although maybe... Wait, the carbuncle is always following you, right? I think, maybe? Still weird. Shouldn't happen, in my opinion. I mean, obviously it shouldn't happen, but... It's just... very weird. Holy shit, how far... Oh. For a second there I thought the tank was running away with the tank buster, but it was the meteor thing. Yeah, in that case, definitely makes more sense. Oh wait, what? Why didn't it... Wasn't able to cast the first Garuda GCD for some reason. Ooh, I'm standing in a bad position. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that these attacks are arena based. It's always at the edge of that weird, of the, like, inner, whatever it's called, drainage things. It's always on the edge of that. Right, so you're safe here, I guess. I mean, I'm sure that gets combined in a way in Savage that makes sense in terms of those AoE hitboxes, but in this case it just feels a bit weird, to be completely honest. Well, that was unfortunate. Dissociation, is that when he removes his head? I think it is, right? Yes, it is. Let's just shortcast that. Actually need to try to remember the mechanic. Seriously? Why is that always happening when the frickin'... Yup, that was not great. In this case, the tank could have actually moved to a corner. I mean... I had to cast, which, you know... I should have just summoned Titan and moved away, but the rest of the party was also standing there, so as a tank, probably would have been a good idea to just move away in this case. But whatever. It's not a big deal. Let's do this first. Oh, for a second there I thought about getting somebody up, but I don't have the... I didn't have the mana for it anyway. Now I have. Unfortunately, now I need to actually cast Slipstream, but whatever. Into Flood, let's just move to the side. Yeah, the carbuncle is definitely running after you, right? Oh, seriously? Oh, wait, what? See? Oh, maybe I just saw it wrong? I for sure would have thought that I was going to get hit there for some reason. These as well, right? It's really interesting to me how these AoEs work. And in this case, yeah. That's how I thought it would have happened. Oh, why did I heal the summoner? He could have literally healed himself. And sometimes I also think that the sort of the transition between the really, really long slipstream cast and the way faster casts in the Garuda phase, sometimes they are weird. Just feels like they're not actually activating fast enough. Alright, let's just get knocked back this way. Oh, perfect. Yeah, I wonder if there's going to be a really annoying phase with that summoner buff as well. Because sometimes you can't even place your pet fast enough, right? Because obviously... Thank you. That was actually a really good rescue. Because in this case he wasn't rescuing me, he was making sure the party was taking less damage. And now I get a 33, obviously. Whatever. I mean, these are really fun. I don't mind doing them. They're gonna be more annoying in the weeks to come, although then again, I don't know if I really want to do them or keep doing them. Will sort of depend. I mean, usually I like doing the, of course I didn't get it, huh? A lot of people A lot of people rolled on them. Somebody got a 95. Well, that's unfortunate. I mean, usually I use them to gear other rolls, right? So I could buy the or rather craft. I will be getting all of the crafted gear for my main, obviously, next week. But then I can use the normal mode raid gear for healers, for example. I mean, I could obviously also get the crafted gear for healers as well, but I don't know. I don't want to get the crafted gear for everything. I'm usually too lazy to craft that myself anyway, so... You know, if it's not for my main... Although then again... Well, it will depend, right? It will probably depend on... I'll sort of get the normal mode gear for other roles first, and then after like 2 or 3 weeks, I'll probably take a look at filling up. Like when I also get, I don't know at what point in time we might be changing roles in our static, right, for reclears or something. Probably after like week 4 or something. And at that point, it might be worth it to grab some of the crafted gear for other roles, for the slots that I'm still missing or something. But yeah, other than that, it's going to be I mean, I'll still be doing it. It's just, I think sometimes normal mode is really, really fun. Sometimes it can be a bit annoying. You know, especially in later weeks, if you've done it a bunch and you need to do like one fight, I don't know, 4 or 5 times to get your loot, at that point it can get pretty exhausting and pretty boring. Although usually that doesn't really happen. I mean, I think most of the time in the past, I actually, you know, because it's not that important. Like, if you really, really want to switch roles or want to switch your job for Savage, you can just grab the crafted gear, right? So that means that the normal mode gear isn't all that important. So usually what I do after the first 2 weeks, or after I've grabbed whatever I wanted for my main, I just roll on everything, which guarantees you one thing anyway, right? And then I just buy, you know, let's say I randomly get 2 feet pieces or something, I just buy that for my healers or whatever. So that way it's not really that big of a deal. And that's why I usually like doing them. It's just a nice thing, right? I mean, yeah, again, if you actually roll on everything, you pretty much only have to do all of the fights once, and that's just a nice sort of distraction on reset day. It's just a nice thing, you know, that you can do in about an hour, or maybe a bit more than that. But getting back to what I was talking about earlier, the third fight, yeah, the third fight hopefully will be really, really interesting in terms of its mechanics. I'm not quite sure if it actually will be, for Savage, that is. Because, yeah, in comparison, the normal mode, I think, in comparison, the 3 third fights of all the Shadowbringers tiers were better in normal than this one. It doesn't mean that this fight, the third fight, is a bad one. The main reason why I think it's not as good is because it seems so uninteresting from a design standpoint, because it's literally sort of a phoenix that does a lot of attacks, or mostly does attacks that we already know. Even the fairly quote-unquote unique ad phase, with those birds and the green circles around them, is very close to what you're doing at the start of Suzaku, right? Where you have to pay attention to where you place the ads or where you kill the ads. And also the normal mode ad phase is just rather boring, or, well, not boring, but certainly uninteresting in a way, because it just requires you to literally not place the birds too close to each other, right? Which is, I don't know, just uninteresting, right? Suzaku's thing was a lot more interesting. Although then again, the more interesting variant of Suzaku is obviously in extreme, right? Not in the normal mode. The normal mode of Suzaku is also fairly uninteresting in that regard. I'm just wondering, right? I'm wondering what they're going to do with that ad phase in Savage, and the fight desperately needs a lot more. It needs a lot more uniqueness, because it's, you know, at this point in time, it's literally just a combination of already existing fights, and that just makes it very boring. Whereas the second fight, I mean, the second fight has a lot of potential, I think. So what were the second fights in Shadowbringers? They were... let's see. Alright. Okay, E2, probably one of my favorite fights in Shadowbringers overall. Unfortunately, it was a second fight, and I think they talked about it when they had those interviews with the fight designers. They talked about the second fight being designed in a way, and you can really see that. It was designed in a way where it could be literally fitted into any slot, right? So they didn't know the what's it called? The order of the 4 fights right away, right? So they designed the second fight to be able to be placed anywhere in that order of fights, right? Anywhere in that tier. And, well, the unfortunate part about it is that the second fight in Savage was really, really, really fun. Especially right at the beginning, when you still had to do those last cycles, which are definitely the most fun part about the whole thing. And it was actually, because of the damage downs that people were getting, it was actually hard to hit and rage as well. So I thought overall it was a really, really well designed fight. The problem is that it is, you know, after a while, after a couple of reclears, the first sort of half of the fight or anything, or something like that, is not that interesting, because it also has to introduce the mechanics to you, right? It's the randomness. The fight needed a lot more randomness and just a lot more things at once sort of being thrown at you, which is why I really, really like the cycles phase at the end, because they do throw all of those things at you at the same time, and the amount of those ads flying around during those cycles is insane, right? And it looks crazy, it is crazy, and it's fun. It's really, really fun. So yeah, I thought it was a bit unfortunate that it was the second fight, because I felt like it had a lot of potential to be, you know, even more interesting than it already was, especially with those time dilation mechanics, right? And, well, the third fight, I already said in normal mode was pretty interesting, and Savage it was really uninteresting. Mostly because it only really started after 7 minutes, right? So the first 7 minutes of Leviathan were incredibly boring, and then suddenly it became a really interesting Savage fight. I really liked Tsunami 2, I really liked the Black Smokers, or whatever they were called in the end, the puddle things. That was a really, really cool mechanic. I thought that phase would have been great if that phase happened twice in that fight, right? Once at the start or close to the start. And in that case, people would have also had a better chance at actually learning those. I think the reason why Black Smokers were such a big deal, or, you know, such a problem, especially in PF parties, was because it was just really hard to practice in PF, right? Because if you got a good group, you might have even skipped them. And if you got a bad group, it was, you know, a question of even reaching them, and it was, you know, right at the end of the fight. So yeah, kind of an unfortunate design. But coming back to E2, I thought that was a really, really well designed fight. And the normal mode already is also a ton of fun, because you have those time dilation mechanics, right? In the normal mode, you still have to understand them properly. And it's always really, really funny in normal mode, seeing people run away with the stack marker because they fear those AoEs going off, but then obviously the stack marker goes off first and then the AoE, stuff like that, right? Sometimes people run away from each other because they have a big AoE, and then it doesn't actually go off, and some people sometimes just walk back into the middle, without realizing that the AoE will still go off, right? And therefore sometimes killing, I don't know, somebody who's being overlapped by two of them or something. It's just really funny doing that fight. The second tier fight, you know, Garuda Ifrit, it also had a bunch of things going for it, right? The normal mode was really, really challenging. Probably the most challenging normal mode out of all the fights in Shadowbringers, to be completely honest. Because it had a lot of potential to wipe the party with a lot of things. So in that regard, it was really interesting. I just didn't like the Savage fight all that much. But the normal mode was pretty good. And then the Doggo as well. The Doggo is pretty good as well. So in comparison, I don't know how this fight in the sewers stacks up against the Shadowbringers fights. It's a cool idea. It's just, it needs to prove that it actually has some interesting Savage mechanics and combinations going on, right? Whereas coming to this fight looks really, really cool. Once again, question obviously being, how are they going to design Savage? Is it going to be a two-phase fight once again? Or are they doing something like Titan, where it's like a different phase of the fight at some point? But overall, this fight is really cool. The arena design is cool. It's fairly unique to 14, at least. I mean, obviously, the enemy design and arena design in general is not that unique. But it's fairly unique to 14, so that's cool. Let's see if I remember all of the mechanics here. Yeah, so this fight has a lot of potential. The only weird thing here... oh, that's the meteor thing, right? Isn't that the one where you have to move away from the center, pretty much? It's also interesting that all the people are always moving in the opposite direction of that arena change, even though you just have to move away from the center. I wonder if in Savage they actually force you to go to different corners, right? It's also going to be interesting to see. And the music's just awesome in this. Although one thing that is a bit weird with this, right, is you do literally... Oh. Why did it... What? Alright, what was this? That was weird. I wanted to heal the tank with my Phoenix stuff. But for some reason it didn't go off. So it kept targeting the tank. Oh, that was... Right, that's the knockback. Oh, that was unfortunate. I wasn't able to hit the follow-up with my melee thing. Ah, whatever. I mean, the thing is, this fight just really, really reminds you of Halicarnassus, doesn't it? So... I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing, because Halicarnassus was the third fight, not the fourth one. So I don't know what that will mean in terms of the scaling of this fight. But I just really like it. Music's awesome. The mechanics seem pretty cool. Again, obviously, it's going to be interesting what kind of combinations they come up with. There's nothing to heal. I hate that. I hate that when you're in Phoenix phase and you have nothing to heal. Let's just summon Titan first. I hate when my Swift cast drifts. What was this? Ah, right, this one. That's the... no, that's not the knockback. The knockback has the shield, right? This is also probably going to have at least one more possibility in Savage, right? Let's just cast Slipstream this. Or never mind. Knockback again. Well, didn't I say it's not a shield per se, right? It's well, I mean, he's already raising. Never mind. It's his cape, right? So it's either his weapon or his cape. Wait, what was this? Oh, right. Completely forgot about this as well. Well, at least this time it was worth healing the tank. I think I drifted my Phoenix a little bit there. Oh, whatever. At least now my Swift cast is back at Garuda. It's just interesting that it introduces this mechanic to you in a way where you think, oh yeah, of course, if I stand there while he's overlaying the arena with his cape, then obviously, you know, that's going to be damage. But interestingly enough, it isn't. That's the spread, right? It's unfortunate. Ooh. That's the knockback. You want to get knocked back into the direction of where the water thing is? I don't really know what the best option would be there. Oh shit! Completely forgot about that. Whoopsie. Well, at least this way it works out. I was kind of lucky that it wasn't his side. What is that shield on the white mage? Holy shit. Yeah, I mean, for these normal modes, it is a bit unfortunate if you can't raise. But again, it's just so much more fun Swift casting Slipstream. Will we get all of them? Well, those I can't get. The knockback. Wait! Wait. Thrice come ruin. What? Did that Reaper still have his bubble and killed both of us with it? I think I got knocked back into the bubble. Well, at least I'm always dying in a way where I can still use my buff right before Bahamut. Probably screws up the alignment with the other buffs, if that's even a consideration in normal mode. I wonder what you have to addle in this case. That's the knockback. That's the spread. And then the meteor will still appear, right? Yeah, after this. And then move back behind this. Let's just heal the tank. Probably the best idea. Yeah, this fight is really, really fun in a lot of ways. There's also one thing that is definitely a big improvement of these normal modes in comparison to a lot of what they did in Shadowbringers. They don't have any awkward and really long and extensive in-between phases, right? A 5, nice. Of course the best fight drops 2 of these, so I probably won't have to go back in here anymore. And of course, once there are 2, I roll high. I mean, well, 70. I lost with the 76 before, but the 82 as well. Yeah, they don't have any kind of weird, awkward... Well, I lost with the 76. A lot of people need those pants, apparently. Yeah, all of the fights are really, really straightforward. Phoenix is actually the only thing... Phoenix, whatever the fuck they thought with that name. I think, well, it's probably some kind of weird Greek variant of it. Whatever. But the Phoenix is actually the only boss that even disappears for a time, right? The other 3 are literally there the entire time. Which is really cool. That being said though, if we compare this normal mode to the last ones out of Shadowbringers, right? It's not the best one, in comparison to those, at least. Let me see, so I need to do the second one still. Yeah. So, and here's the reason why. Titan is just unbeatable. The freaking normal mode Titan, and obviously the first phase of Savage, which it is designed as, that is one of the most fun phases I've ever seen in a Savage fight. And a normal mode as well. The normal mode of Titan is incredible. Absolutely incredible. It's a lot of fun. There's a lot going on, and it's just a lot of movement required. A lot of things, a lot of different abilities that are going out. It's just really, really fun to do. There's also a bunch of really interesting shenanigans that you can try, right? Especially when you're on like a job that has gap closes, for example. It's incredibly fun to try to mitigate the knockbacks with the gap closes, stuff like that, or to follow the ATV. Is it called ATV? Or the car mode Titan. You can also try to follow that with your gap closer really fast, right, before it pushes you out of range. So there's just a bunch of really, really interesting stuff in that normal mode that makes it incredible. The E8 Shiva normal mode, also a pretty good fight, but it has that incredibly long cutscene. I don't think that it's necessarily bad as a normal mode. I still really, really like it because the mechanics are really fun and the cutscene is sort of at the end, right? I mean, obviously it still has the ads phase as well, but for some reason I always like the Shiva ad phase. I don't know why other people don't. I thought it was a pretty interesting idea. It's definitely one of the most elaborate ad phases that we had in a long time. Well, excluding Ultimates maybe, but then again, Ultimates don't really have ad phases in that way, I guess. I mean, they kind of do, depending on how you look at it, right? But yeah, I thought the ad phase in E8 was actually pretty cool in Savage. It required you to think about how to properly utilize your rotation. It was really interesting on Summoner, for example. There were a couple of choices you could make where either you would completely move your summon out of the ad phase to basically be able to do, what was it, Phoenix Bahamut back-to-back when the boss was reappearing. But even if you didn't do that, you had a couple of choices. Like you could delay your energy drain, for example. The reopener after the ad phase of Shiva, that in and of itself was really, really interesting in my opinion. Obviously now with the new summoner, the fight might be a lot more boring, unfortunately. Whatever. But yeah, I thought that it was pretty cool. Obviously the ad phase in normal mode is pretty underwhelming, because you literally hit the ads once and they die, right? Which is a bit annoying, especially when you're playing it as a caster or something, or a healer. You know, it's just, you're basically standing around the whole time and the ads are just dying instantly. There is no interesting stuff to it, right? Whereas in Savage, it was really, really interesting trying to figure out which ad to hit at what time and sort of combining that with your different phases. For example, I mean, it was really interesting on Summoner, I thought. There were a couple of things that you could do. For example, I at least, for the first Aqua ad, I didn't actually summon Bahamut. I kept it for the second one, I think, and hit the first one only with Death Flare, because I already dotted it under raid buffs or something like that, right? And it just worked out really, really neatly in the end. When you had properly, you know, figured out what to do when, it was really, really fun on Summoner, because you had a couple of different ways in which you could do it. And figuring that out, yeah, it was just really fun. But back to the normal mode. The normal mode of E8 is really interesting because it requires you to know the fight to a degree. Obviously you don't die if you make a mistake, different to Savage, obviously, but all of the mechanics are still going out really, really quickly. So knowing the fight is actually still really important in normal mode, and it still has those different like names to the mechanics. So, for example, her front cleave or back cleave that she's doing, you have to remember those. She's combining them with the ice in normal mode, which is also really interesting. The mirrors, the knockback, there's a bunch of stuff in normal mode that's really cool. And she actually has a soft enrage in normal mode, which, interestingly enough, she casts her Rate White only once during Savage, right at the beginning, which is really, really dumb. It would have made the fight a whole bunch more interesting if she actually cast her Rate White in between the other mechanics. Because there's sometimes quite a lot of downtime. The fight is so long with 14 minutes in Savage that there's literally sometimes half a minute where nothing's really happening, right? And she's sort of preparing her next phase. Then a bunch of stuff is happening, and then there's half a minute where nothing's happening. Especially with the first Worm's Lament, right? Where, you know, depending on the debuff you get, you literally have potentially 45 seconds where you're practically really doing nothing, waiting your turn to go to the Dragon Head, right? So yeah, it's kind of weird that the Savage never uses her Raid White, which was a really hard-hitting one as well, more often. The normal mode does, though, and it's really interesting because, especially at the beginning or when you get a very inexperienced party or a party where a lot of people died and have debuffs, you know, she starts casting her Raid White, I think at like 5% or something, when 5% of her HP are left. And she just keeps casting it, and it gets stronger even, right? At least 2 times or something. I don't know if it gets stronger all the time or if it just increases its strength like once or twice. But she does cast it back to back, like it's literally casting almost every 10 seconds or something. And that's really fun. It's a really cool design. And because of the way they designed it with the long cutscene, so when the long cutscene appears with Gaia, that's right at the end of the fight, and there's nothing important happening after as well, right? The phase after you literally can't wipe on, because the DPS check is so incredibly lenient. Like, the only way you could wipe on that phase is if you don't have a melee to LB3 and everybody's dead. Maybe then. But even then, I think I've been in a group where, I don't know, 5 people were dead because of the repeated Raid White casts before the cutscene began. And we still managed to beat the quote-unquote DPS check. I don't know if it's maybe even designed in a way where you can't lose to it. I don't know if you can. But because the cutscene is so far at the end, right? I don't know. It's not really bothering me because at that point the fight's practically over, right? So I don't know. That's a good way of designing that if you want to include like a 1-minute cutscene like that. Whereas I thought that while the in-between stuff during the ad phase in E12 normal, I mean, it's really beautifully designed, right? The interactions between Reen and Gaia, especially because it's actually voice acted during the fight, which unfortunately the actual questline is not. The ad phase is actually pretty cool. The only reason why I don't really like it is because it does take about 2 minutes, I think, which is really long. And it's placed at a point in time where you can still wipe after it, right? I've had a bunch of times. I mean, I farmed that fight for the frickin' triple tri-card 75 times because I was too lazy to do Savage. But yeah, the E12 is really, really cool. Like the normal mode, with the combinations of the different primal AoE attacks, and the stuff in between, it's a lot of fun. It's really a lot of fun. Especially the sort of amped up phases after the ad phase, right? The beginning isn't that interesting, but everything after the ad phase is really, really fun to do. The only issue is, again, if you have people who don't know how to do it, especially if you have very inexperienced healers, you can run into a wipe situation, which is rather unfortunate because you have to repeat the whole ad phase again, right? And that just takes so long that, well, you know, you don't want that to happen, essentially, right? And so, yeah, I don't know. That's just something that I don't really like that much about E12. But it's definitely, considering how many of those sort of in-between phases there are, when you think about E1 as well. E11 has a fairly elaborate, well, not ad phase, but the whole fog phase, right, where he disappears. I mean, that's still really interesting because you actually have to do something during that phase, and you have to pay attention to what he's doing. It's still a fairly long phase, I guess is what I'm saying. So Yeah. I don't know. Are there any other, like, elaborate ad phases? Or in-between phases, cutscene phases? Well, technically, E6 also has that fairly long transition, right? Where they both combine. E7 has a very long ad phase. That also doesn't just include the ads, but there's also a fairly elaborate raid-wide cast going on after it. Stuff like that. So... it's actually interesting that these fights don't really have that. Even the ad phase in Phoenix, well, the only reason why I don't really like that in the Phoenix fight that we have right now. Ah, shit. That was unfortunate. Why aren't you pulling the boss middle again? I mean, he's jumping there anyway at some point, I think. Ah, whatever. At least this way he's staying in my Garuda AoE thing. What did I say just now? Something about some ad phase. Definitely. Ah, right. Yeah. What I was saying was that the Phoenix moves away sometimes for weird reasons, right? Which I don't think it should do. That's always annoying. If if there is an ad phase, then obviously the boss should move away, right? That's why it's called an ad phase, because the boss isn't there. But it's really, really annoying if it's doing that like in between the whole time, which is like a big thing that for example, Alteroid does in 01. For some reason that boss always sort of disappears and then reappears again, and there is no real explanation as to why that is needed. It just does it for some stupid reason. And it's just annoying, right? Because you have to retarget the boss at that point. This way. Yeah. So I don't like if bosses are doing that, right? I just don't like when bosses are, for some reason, disappearing the whole time and then reappearing without there actually being some kind of ad phase. Oh, that was really unfortunate, that summoner. It's just a tiny bit too far away. But yeah, that's interesting that there is no... I mean, having no ad phase in normal mode doesn't necessarily mean that Savage doesn't have an ad phase, right? I mean, they could definitely introduce some kind of cool transition here and there. That being said, though, I'm just going to showcase this. That being said, though... usually if there is an ad phase in normal mode that also reappears in Savage, most of the time the Savage ad phase isn't all that interesting, because it's usually literally the normal mode. Oh shit. Why do I have to freaking stack? Well, thankfully that took a really long time to go off. I think you might even be able to add both of those murky depths if you time it correctly. Maybe. I'm not entirely sure about that. Oh, Samurai is actually doing good damage, I think. But yeah, usually what happens is, if the ad phase is both in normal and Savage, it's usually not that interesting in Savage, because it's, you know, usually sort of the same phase. I mean, then again, E7, for example, did have a fairly interesting ad phase in terms of its design compared to normal mode, so it's, you know, it's not always like that, but I guess there is a possibility, I would say. Why are you running after me? Oh, holy shit. Seriously? It's going to be close. Never mind. For some reason... Yeah, see, that's weird. Right? I for sure thought that the head would also target, well, basically half of the arena before it. For some reason it just doesn't. See, but this time it did! Wait, am I missing something there? Does the ad also have some weird, like, some weird other things going on? Some other animation that I'm just missing? I've also noticed that for some reason the, oh, that ad might have been a bit too late, or whatever. Did that actually hit everyone? It looks like it. Ah, it didn't hit the main tank, I think. Oh, never mind. Yeah, that, whatever it's called. The red arrow thing? Ah, 90. Nice. Oh, shit. I don't want to have that. Oh, fuck. Almost. I swear I would have gotten that. Yeah, everybody wants to have the pants, apparently. Well, not everybody, but half the party, apparently. Please, let me get those! But I don't want to do this like a... What is it, 4th, 5th time? It's fine if you... It's fine to do, like, all the fights, right? If you have to do every fight twice, I don't mind that. Ah, finally. But having to do one fight, like 4 or 5 times, that can get a bit annoying. But yeah, the red arrow thing, where everybody has to stack, has some weird debuff icon. I don't think that it usually has. At least not in the... For example, it appears a bunch of times in the Ivalice raid series, the Alliance raids and Stormblood. I don't think that it has a debuff there. It's literally just the arrow above your head. So either, for some reason, they thought that it needed that debuff symbol, or what is a lot more likely is that there's going to be more associated with that. So either there's going to be different arrows, and the correct ones have to stack. Wait, can I take a look at what that debuff is called? Is it this one? Ah, see. Mark of Easy Prey. Damage taken is greatly increased when separated from similarly marked allies. So I have a feeling that there's probably going to be different arrows in Savage with different debuffs. And you have to stack the corresponding debuffs, probably. Yeah. That's definitely going to be a thing. It's just really interesting that they're using the red arrow marker for that. Right? Because usually you'd think, like, well, then again, every time you sort of have to, every time you get buffs or debuffs that correspond to mechanics or force you to be in a certain group or something, it never really forces you to actually be close to one another, right? I think most of the debuffs that we've had especially during like Hello World phases, stuff like that, or other phases like that. So in E8, for example, the pulsing things, they're on the tanks, right? Or on the 2 highest threat targets. And once you're hit by one of the pulses, you get a debuff, and you can't be hit by the other pulse, right? Otherwise you die. But again, those things are never or have never been combined with the stay close to each other effect, I think. I think that's actually new. Maybe I'm forgetting something, but I think that's actually new. So I'm wondering if they're keeping the same red arrows in Savage, but just giving you like 2 different debuffs, depending on who you have to stack with, or if they're actually changing the color of the arrow maybe to indicate that you have different debuffs. It's just, again, it's really, really interesting to me that they're using both a debuff and the arrow for that phase. Although then again, considering it's Savage, maybe they actually don't have the arrow at all. That might also be a case. You just get the debuff and you have to stack accordingly. I mean, considering that it's the second fight, it's not going to be overly difficult. I have a feeling it's going to be like all of the tanks and healer stack and all of the DPS stack, or maybe it's going to be 4 groups of 2, right? And then that's probably going to be combined with the phase where everybody gets hit by the Tainted Flood thing, right? The AoE, so you have to stack and then spread, something like that. While at the same time, probably, it's also going to happen during, when the head charges through the arena, it could happen, right? Where you have 2 different groups that have to be somewhere. Maybe, and that would actually be incredible if they did that. I'm not entirely sure if they do, but if they did that, what they could do is with the knockback, give 4 people, like, have the head charge through either the left or right side of the arena, while the knockback is going on, which is also what's happening in normal mode already, but giving 4 people 1 debuff and they have to stay together, and 4 people the other debuff and they have to stay together. But because the head is charging through the arena at the same time, in order for 4 people to actually, to separate out 2 groups of 4, 4 of them have to hit their arm's length shortcast, 4 of them don't, right? 4 of them need to be a knockback, and 4 people mustn't be knocked back, right? That would be very interesting, because one thing that we sort of haven't had up until this point is a thing where you have to sort of decide or I guess randomly, how can I put that? Well, a situation like that, where it's where the anti-knockback stuff is actually required to solve a mechanic correctly. Whereas usually what's always been happening is that either nobody uses knockback mitigation or everybody uses knockback mitigation, right? But it's never, or almost never been the case that, aside from maybe some weird uptime strats, it's never been the case that the fight actually required, for example, half of the party to use their anti-knockback and half the party to not use it. The chances of that happening aren't that high, I think, because technically they're designing all of the mechanics to be able to be solved without having to use anti-knockback. It's just highly, highly beneficial in a lot of situations. I think even during like E12, you technically don't have to use anti-knockback. It would just make the lion's phase, for example, insanely complicated. Or not, well, not insanely complicated, it would just make it very, very chaotic, right, in a way, because people would have to like be knocked back precisely to the right spot to be able to solve it, right? It Whereas by using anti-knockback, everybody just uses anti-knockback and you can pretty much run to the position you need to be in anyways, which completely negates that phase of the mechanic, by the way. The lines thing at the end, the only really interesting part about that is the primal stuff in between. So it's 3 phases for the lines, right? They hit 3 times, and the big lines do 3 puddles that need to be baited. And they go off once, then the knockback is happening, then they go off a second time, then the primal thing is happening, so the primal combination that she saved earlier, right, before that phase even began, that is happening, and then the third line breath, whatever thing is happening. And the weird part about that is that because you can use anti-knockback during the first and second one, the second one is insanely easy. Because you literally don't have to do anything. You do the first thing, whatever you have to do there, right? Whatever is assigned to your spot and your position and your role. And, well, you can just immediately move to your second position without thinking about it. I mean, 4 people aren't going to move at all because they just stand in the middle and being bored with their tether. And the people baiting the puddles north and south, well, they just move to their position. Right? And there's literally nothing going on because you just negate the knockback. Obviously, you have to remember to press the button, but, you know, that's not really an overly complicated thing. Whereas between the second and third one, not only do you have to remember what she stored, like the primal combination that she stored earlier, but you also have to run to it. You have to stand in the correct safe spot and then time it correctly so that you're back at your correct position to bait the lines afterwards. And that's actually fairly fast, right? The way that's happening. Which is really cool. That makes it really fun. It's just weird that you have this insane separation between the first and the second one, where it's literally press one button and everything's alright, and the second and third one where it's having to remember the primal combination, having to remember the safe spot, running to the safe spot, waiting for the exact moment when the cast bar goes off to then run back to wherever else you had to be, especially when you're baiting the third lion puddle. That phase can get pretty intense, right? While also doing your rotation correctly, obviously. And obviously, that kind of phase is really, really fun. That's probably the most fun part of that whole fight, right? That special transition between the second and third lines in combination with the primal stuff going on and the fact that those primal things aren't being cast at that point, but are the thing that she stored earlier and you have to remember the correct one. That whole thing just makes that literally the best part of all of the fights, right? Like even it's even better than everything that happens in the second phase of E12, right? So it's just really unfortunate thinking about how well that works, that the transition between first and second line baits is literally nothing, right? I mean, if it had just been the same thing with the primal casts, it would have been boring. But I think it just needed something else. I don't know. Maybe a tank buster in between there would have actually been great. Although I don't know, that would probably be pretty difficult to heal. But it would have made, would have been more interesting than literally pressing your anti-knockback button and being done with it. I don't know, it's a bit unfortunate, right? Sometimes I wonder why they're designing things that way. Because, well, you would think that having the really interesting part and a really boring part combined in that way. I mean, maybe they thought that otherwise lines, because lines are obviously, definitely one of the most challenging mechanics in that fight, so maybe they wanted to avoid a situation where it gets even more challenging by, making the first to second line transition already really hard. But this way it's just weird, right? This way it's just weird because the first to second line transition is way too easy compared to the second one. So it just feels out of place, I guess, right? In terms of design, when you're thinking about, well, fight design in general, there needs to be a certain flow or a certain way of how mechanics should be designed, so that they fit together really, really well. And especially in 14, where a lot of the fights have a really tight design, it's always really apparent if for some reason a certain phase just doesn't really fit, right? It just feels like, oh, maybe they cut something out because it was too difficult, or maybe they moved some stuff around and it just didn't really work out in the end. Yeah, that's pretty much, I think, because they probably cut some stuff out because it's just too difficult, or they have a feeling that it would be too challenging for Party Finder, or just too challenging for other reasons, or maybe it didn't really work out with some of the animations, or I mean, there can be like a million different reasons why something just doesn't really work. But again, it's sometimes, very rarely, right? I'm not saying that this happens all the time. It's fairly rare, actually, but when it happens, it's really apparent that there's some lost connection there, right? So maybe they actually had something else planned that happened together with the knockback, but for some reason that was too complicated, and then they resorted to just having the knockback. Or maybe it was something else entirely, and they felt like that was too complicated, and then they didn't really know what else to put there, and they just didn't want to put nothing there, so they had the knockback thing instead. I don't know. I mean, she does the knockback a bunch of times, right? She also does it in the normal mode ad phase, so it's sort of a, you know, not really central part, but certainly a recurring mechanic in that fight. So maybe it was that as well, right? Maybe they thought, oh, you know, we had that knockback, and where else can we put that? Oh yeah, let's put it here and make that a transition or something. Again, all kinds of reasons why that could be. It's just sometimes I would like to know, right? Those things are really interesting to me, why there's such a huge difference in those transitions. Maybe it's nothing at all, right? Maybe it just happened to be that way, and they just left it that way because it was still... I mean, it's still good, right? Lions is still a really, really cool mechanic. So it's not like, you know, it's overly negatively impacted by the fact that there isn't a really cool transition between the first and second ones. But yeah, I'm just really interested in that, right? I'm really interested in knowing why that might be that way. But yeah, I really, really, you know, looking at these normal modes, well, oh, wait, that's the... Wait, I'm at the completely wrong vendor. Whoopsie. I was wondering why nobody was standing over there. That's because it's the wrong one. I actually want to get here. The Pandemonium stuff. Let's see, is it this one then, right? Crit Determination. Let's melt that as well. Even though I still can't melt myself, which is still really, really annoying, but yeah. So, do I melt more Determination or Direct Hit onto this thing? Let's just go with Determination for now. At some point, Direct Hit might be the better choice again. Although then again, let's actually take a look at what kind of materia I have. What is this? See, I only have one Determination materia. Well, never mind then. Let's melt this one. And let's melt this one. Okay. 577. Nice. Armory chest still looks good as well. Let's upgrade the red mage set 2. Yeah, okay. So whatever I do, I should probably go for the head, body, and ring crafted things first, although, then again, that's still going to be an interesting thing with what I'm going to be able to do there. That being said, though, let me actually take a small break here, and well, after that, I'm probably going to either start crafting or preparing lunch. Yeah, those are my options. I still kind of have to do some IRL stuff as well today, or should do at least. Should do that. But I definitely wanted to stream the Studium quests, right? So that's still open. And we'll see. Let me take a short break, about 10 minutes probably, and then I guess I'll start crafting. Till then. Okay. Let me just see one thing. Let me take a look here. I might have forgotten something. Or whatever. Seems like Amazon actually sold some PS5s today. But since I don't have Prime. Okay. Sorry about that. Just had to quickly check something for work. Okay, yeah, so for some reason I think I'm forgetting something, but I think I'm actually not. I just think that I'm forgetting something because, I don't know, it feels kind of weird that I don't really have to do anything else currently. But I don't have to do anything else. I'll just literally go into doing crafting stuff. So, let me see. The next thing that I had to do was on Alchemist. This was for the next Leaf quests, right? But I want to do... Wait, why did I... Was there a reason for why I wanted to do the leaf things first? No, I think I looked them up for some other reason. Panel of oil. So this I haven't turned in. Search raw material list. So I need the perilla leaves. Right, I already collected those. So that's good. So let's grab that stuff from my retainer. And then turn this stuff in. There's going to be another quest after that, and I probably won't be able to hit 88 quite yet. That's probably where I could use that grimoire to get me to that level. Just not entirely sure if I probably won't do that right away. I want to do the other quests first. Right. Okay, let me grab that stuff. Go to Charlene first. Grab that stuff from my retainer. And then I'll be crafting that stuff. Let me actually take a look at how many leaf allowances I now have. So yesterday I had 2 left, right? I don't think they replenish. How often do they replenish? Like once every 2 hours or something? I think. So let me see, 5. I have 5 allowances. So maybe if I do that correctly and I still do the quest as well, I might be able to get all of the crafters to, like all of the crafters for the quests to 88. So hopefully I'm actually able to complete all of the quests, except for the level 90 ones. Right? That would be pretty good. And then I could start on Saturday right away just leveling everything to 90. Because that's the good thing, right? Currently I only have 5 leaf allowances. I know you can also level with other stuff, but if I have 5 allowances now and I won't be able to play in the next 3 days, that means I have a bunch of allowances on Saturday. And I think that would be a nice morning, right? After New Year's Eve. You know, just waking up, really chill, and do these leveling the crafters to 90. Yeah. Okay. Let's start with the level 85 quests though, because that's still a bunch of things that I definitely still have to do. Alright, the Tefnarian Leaves, Underground Spring Water, Lunar Tender Blossom, and Tiger Lily. Okay. That's also still enough Tiger Lilies, hopefully. Let me actually check those first. Oh, nice. Let's see. Let me sell. I actually want to sell the old stuff, I just don't know if they'll sell or not. There's so much below. I don't know if that sells at some point. I just don't want to keep it in my inventory the whole time. Well, this will sell though. Let's do 279 actually. Nice. Just to get rid of some stuff from my inventory. Probably want to sell this ink as well. this. These are still new. Wait, this isn't. That's a dish. That's not worth anything. Let's do 790. I want to keep those 3 things because I don't know if I'll collect them at some point. This isn't really worth anything anymore though, unfortunately. That was worth quite a lot during Shadowbringers. But anyway, I'll sell it at some point, hopefully. Just so that it's not in my inventory anymore. And then I can always, you know... If I want to... Let's just put... So this is all new stuff, right? I'm pretty sure. So let's actually move those 3 things here. And then I'm not entirely sure about these orchestrion rolls either. So these... Wait, Primal Judgment... Right, those were from Ifrit and Ultima. Might still be worth crafting and selling them though. Although I still have like 1 billion orchestrion rolls that I want to sell, but just can't really. I mean, the only reason why I'm keeping those is always... Okay, if there is one free spot on a retainer, right, if I, for some reason at some point, don't really have anything where I'm saying, alright, I immediately want to sell this or something, right? I could just put an orchestrion roll there and hope that it might sell, right? At least I'm not technically wasting market slots that way. Okay, I still haven't grabbed what I actually wanted to grab. So, she's got this. Yeah. Let me see. So, this leaf, I need the tiger lilies. I need the lunar tender blossoms and the underground spring water. Okay. While I'm here, let's craft the stuff here and then move to the studium, and then I'll have to see for the rest of the quests anyway. Okay. Let's activate this stuff. The other one's still running for 8 minutes for some reason. Ah, right. I should have gone to my squadron and start a new weekly thing. Whatever. Let's just eat twice. And then well, I'm on Alchemist currently, right? So let's craft this stuff first. 4 of these. It's level 85. For some reason it's kind of weird constantly having to think about how much progress I actually need for any given craft. Oh, whatever. Should all really hopefully be fine? Yes. Right. Yeah, for these, probably want to do that differently. Not that it really changes anything, right? But if I start with, what is it called, delicate synthesis, I have enough progress for later. Guess that actually, is that 1 step less? I think it is. Yeah, because I don't have to use the other synthesis whatever thing to complete it. Oh shit, you're actually crafting 3 at a time. I almost didn't realize that, so I'm already done with those. Huh, well. And then I need... Oh no, wait a second, you need 4. Never mind. Wait, you need 4 of these. So I need 6 of the panel of oil, which means that I want 24 of these, right? Yeah, 4 times 6. I still think that that's weird. Like, in a way, it's kind of cool that there are crafts who Which, I still think it's cool that there are crafts which produce more. Just because it shakes it up a little bit, right? Like, in a way, it does make sense to some degree for certain crafts. But once again, that's sort of a thing where I'm just not entirely sure about it, right? Either they should have gone all in and made a lot of the crafts that way, right? Where it's sort of, I guess, more logical in terms of how many ingredients you need and what would be the end result, right? If that would be more logical, the numbers behind it, so to speak, then I would get it, right? In that case, it would be fun, right? If you actually had to think about, oh yeah, well, this, thing requires so-and-so, and this requires so-and-so, and it would just make more logical sense. That would be kind of cool, but then, at the same time, it might be pretty annoying for other stuff. Or not even really feasible, because, for example, if you're, like, literally using entire logs of wood for something, but you're crafting, like, a really, really small statue, then, they'd either have to come up with a smaller log variant to make that more logical, or you'd only use, like, half the log or something, which obviously doesn't work either, so it makes sense to sort of abstract that a little bit and not make it too logical, right? But because it's not, it's kind of weird that there are these random crafts in between that either make 3 or require 3 of something. I don't know why, right? I mean, they could have literally just, I guess, put 1 of these bottles per craft for the quest, and then the actual craft for the bottles themselves also only produces 1, right? I mean, it would sort of work out to be the exact same thing, but for some reason they decided not to do that. Sometimes I'm kind of wondering about that, right? Why did they decide to do that in the first place? For the longest time, that was actually a really, really weird thing of Weaver, right? Because Weaver specifically, up until, what was it, 5.3 actually? Or 5.4? Took them a really long time to change that. But for the longest time, Weaver required way, way more materials than anything else, because for some reason, you had to do like another craft in between. So there was the actual type of cloth or anything that you wanted to craft, but then you had to do you had to craft threads first, right? And those, in turn, were made out of the actual wool stuff that you got off from trees or anything, right? Something like that. But because of that, you actually needed, I don't know, let's say 4 wool per thread. But then you also needed 3 threads for 1 cloth. But the actual craft still required like 3 cloth and 3, I don't know, ingots, for example, right? 3 cloth, 3 ingots, but the ingots were made out of, like, directly made out of the material, the mineral or whatever, and required, let's say, 2 minerals per ingot, so 6 minerals, right? Whereas the 3 cloth were made out of 3 threads each, meaning 9 threads, and each thread required 4 wool, right? Meaning 36 wool for those 3 cloth things, right? So 6 with the ingots, or maybe 9 depending, compared to 36 for Weaver, right? And obviously the gathering rate and the amount of that stuff that you gathered was still the exact same. And it's just kind of weird of why that was the case for such a long time. I guess the general idea at the beginning probably was something along the lines of, well, you know, that it made more logical sense, I guess, at some point. Maybe. I mean, that's sort of the only explanation that you can really come up with in that kind of circumstance, right? Because, well, what kind of other reason would there be to have such a large discrepancy in this? And also then keeping that discrepancy for the longest time. That was also the weird stuff about it, because they could have literally just, for example, instead of using 3 ingots and 3 cloth for one thing, they could have just required you to craft only 1 cloth and 3 ingots. But for some reason they didn't, right? For some reason it actually required 3 of both of them. And I mean, I guess you could argue, well, at least that sets Weaver apart from the other things. And to a degree, I would agree with that, right? It actually made Weaver have sort of a unique, if you want to call it that, not really anything overly special, obviously, but, you know, sort of the extra step on Weaver, to a degree, made logical sense, and therefore also, you know, I guess you could argue was sort of an interesting part of that, right? It was just something different compared to what you were doing on other crafters. Which that in and of itself isn't a bad thing, obviously, right? The weird part is, though, that they, you know, at the same time made all of the crafters very, very similar to each other, right? They removed all of the cross-class abilities, and, well, technically every crafter now is exactly the same, right? Sometimes crafts differ a little bit, you know. I mean, obviously the culinarian sort of still needs very, very different ingredients and amounts of ingredients than, you know, when you're crafting a piece of clothing or an earring or something, right? So it's still different in those regards, right? It's sort of different where it counts, I guess you could say. But yeah, that's just this one sort of awkward thing that just stuck around for a very long time, and yeah, at some point they fixed it, but just kind of awkward, right? You're literally, again, the same thing that I'm always asking me with the encounters, right? The normal savage encounters would have you, if there's like a mechanic that just feels a little bit off, and you're wondering, oh, you know, what did they cut? Or why did they cut that? Or what were they thinking? Or is this, you know, you don't know why it is the way it is, because you don't know whether or not it got cut for a certain decision, or maybe there was a technical problem that they wanted to avoid, or something else, right? There's all kinds of reasons why they would cut or change a mechanic, and why maybe at the end of the day it would stay sort of at kind of an awkward position, because maybe they weren't quite able to, you know, really work out all the problems before release, right? Because they still have a, well, I guess a time budget in terms of, you know, when those fights need to be done and released, so you don't always have the luxury of literally making them perfect, right? That's just not possible. And yeah, it's just really interesting thinking about, well, what parts of those fights, you know, maybe changed and why, and what maybe wasn't possible. I mean, there's always the possibility, for example, that they want to do certain mechanics, but for some reason maybe they don't really work out with the server calculation, or there's just some weirdness going on, or a bug going on that they aren't able to fix in time, or stuff like that, right? And then suddenly a fight maybe gets changed because certain things just didn't work out in the way they planned to, and obviously when you then see the finished fight, depending on how well they designed it, right, either you don't see that at all, right, either it's still like a really, really fun fight and you don't even notice that a major part of it was changed for some reason, but sometimes you do notice, right, and I guess that's just really interesting. And yeah, it's in this case, it's almost the same with the crafters, right? Where you sort of go, well, was there a reason at one point why Weaver was designed that way? Maybe maybe at some point there was sort of a, I don't know, a balance discrepancy. Maybe they wanted Weaver to be able to make more money through those intermediate crafts, whereas other crafters might have had some other thing that made more money or something, right? I mean, you never know. There could have been all kinds of weird things that they calculated for some reason and thought, oh yeah, that, you know, it might be good to sort of balance something through means like that. Or maybe, again, it could have also just been that they thought that it would be more logical that way. That was a... yeah, let's go back to Alchemist. We don't really know, right? I guess the only thing that's sort of really, really weird to me is that it took such a long time to change it. That's the only thing that's sort of... because they did change it at the end, right? That is what we now know. That the end result is that they are, in fact, going to change it. So, yeah, now, after the changes happen, you're sort of sitting there going, well, they could have just done that in the first place, right? I don't know. Obviously, it's a very small thing, right? So it doesn't actually really warrant, I guess, a very large discussion around it. But again, it's, I guess, just one sort of awkward piece that tends to happen in game development, I guess. Oh, well, I'm really not sure. For a second there, I thought that it might be, you know, it might be possible for me to finish the crafter quests and then stop streaming and have proper lunch. But now that I'm really thinking about it, this might actually take a bit longer than that, right? Although what I could also do is just literally take a proper lunch break and come back to this later on. I mean, considering that I still have to do other stuff as well, it might actually be a good idea to just finish this during the evening or something. I mean, yeah, since I'm definitely not planning on... I actually managed to level my crafters quite well yesterday, so I'm definitely not planning on necessarily leveling too much today. I kind of... my plan was to definitely finish, or try to finish the quests, so that without interruption I can just level everything to 90 on Saturday, right? That's sort of my goal for today. That does mean, though, that it might be a good idea to potentially I don't know. I do want to eat lunch, though, although I have absolutely no idea what I'm supposed to eat. I guess I could order pizza. Well, I should probably think about... yeah. Let me see. First of all, I need to turn in some scripts because I have too many. 1-8. Well, the quest will give me another, like... the quest will give me another... close to 1,000 scripts. I just need to remember to cap them as best as possible at the end of these quests, right? Just so that I can buy as many books as possible. Oh yeah, one thing that I also forgot that not collection. The custom deliveries reset, right? I could use them for leveling, or I could use them to get purple scripts for my... Ooh, that's a hard decision, huh? I mean, that's definitely good experience. I have 2 with craft a bonus thing. Guess I still have to think about it. Fragrant oil, that will be the secret ingredient to our 4th and hopefully final test batch. Man. Still missing about a whole level, though. Gracious me, that smells incredible. I'm actually drooling. Once we work that aroma into the bread, people will be lining up to try a slice. I wonder what the rest of the quest is going to be about. I mean, maybe there's still some other thing that we need to figure out. We've done it! The aromatic temptation of our 4th batch has proven irresistible. Last stand patrons have even started placing orders for us to bake more. And in a happy coincidence, the new oil also served to plump up our loaf until it resembles a small scrumptious cloud. I even measured the fat content just in case, and we are well within the accepted parameters. Surely now we've achieved true bakery perfection. I suppose there is only one way to find out. Let's head over to the cafe and ask for Master Dickon's verdict. Okay. I have a feeling the professor is going to come in and be not so happy about this whole thing. Please, Master Dickon, don't leave us in suspense. This is unacceptable. That it's so good. I cannot have your baking bread that's more delicious than mine. You've outdone yourselves this time. Full marks. Yes. Now that we have the Master's unconditional approval, I believe that signals an end to our testing process. We make a wonderful team. I knew that. That's definitely the professor, isn't it? How disappointing to find you frittering away the hours like this, and here of all places. Well, why are you here then, huh? You set aside my assignment on digestive issues to pursue the trivial art of gourmet cooking. I'll not deny it. That is exactly what I've been doing. And let me tell you why. The problem with Panelov was never a difficulty with digestion. It was the awful taste that was making people feel ill. Lest you believe our efforts in vain, then I ask that you try a sample of our 4th test batch. I think you'll find the flavor much improved. Nay, I have no interest in your mundane concerns over flavor. The very subject sickens me. What I will do, however, is analyze the nutritional value of your much improved Panalov. We shall see if it even meets the criteria for a proper meal substitute. Well, I have a feeling at some point we're actually going to convince him. I must inform you that our 4th test batch is a failure. It is sorely lacking in ascorbic acid, a vital nutrient which any prospective meal replacement must contain. Deficient levels of ascorbic acid lead to outbreaks of scurvy. It is an illness which often afflicts sailors on long sea voyages and can also be prevalent in times of famine and hardship. Citrus fruits are an effective measure to combat scurvy, but one cannot always rely on a fresh supply of orange or lemons. As such, the perfect meal of choice is one which readily fulfills that role. I have already succeeded in adding this nutrient to my original Panalov and am prepared to make my submission to the forum. But the acid? How did you... You expect me to reveal my techniques to one who so blatantly disregarded my instructions? I am sorry, Mr. Breuer, but you are hereby relieved from your current duty. So be it. I will perfect our version of Panalov without your assistance and submit the recipe as a contender to your... A contest, then, and may the best bread win. However, in the event that your recipe fails to garner the forum's favor, I will see you disciplined for the misuse of research funding. Your punishment will be expulsion from my research facility, nay, from the studium itself. Who cares? Professor Gelbroach, if you're so intent on ruining my employee's future, then I think I'm entitled to a question or two. From what old Mervyn told me, the two of you were once classmates. More than that, you were good friends. So I'd like to understand, why do you hold so much hate for the thing he held so dear? That's a good question. Mervyn was an exceptional student, but he threw away his academic career for the love of a well-made meal. This cafe he built, the incessant taste testing, not more than excuses to indulge in course after course of gourmet food and drink. It was reckless pursuit of that passion which sent him to an early grave. Your fine dining is a curse. It befuddled the mind of a brilliant young man, slew him as surely as any slow-acting poison. So that's why he hates that food so much. Because he thinks that the food was what killed his friend. Well, I guess I can sort of get behind that. I mean, I don't agree with it, but I can understand it. Now, if you have nothing further to say, I must return to my research. Swift, sure, efficient. Whatever. We'll convince him with our version. Convince the forum, most importantly. When they are throwing up his stuff, they will be glad that we have our stuff ready, right? I had no idea the Professor and Mervyn were ever acquainted, let alone classmates and friends. At least now I understand why my actions upset him so. But we cannot give up. For the sake of Sharlian's bellies, you must help me win the forum's minds. Our crusade for culinary quality continues. Thank you. I shall figure out this issue with ascorbic acid, and then we can start on test batch number 5. Although, I think it's time we had a proper name for our Panalov. I nominate Mervyn Brett in honor of the Last Stand's founder. Oh god, that's gonna upset him even more. Whatever. I mean, we have to win this anyways, so... Let's get the oven heated up and show the professor what we and our loaves are made of. I wonder what this next quest is going to be about then. I'm now an irreplaceable baker. Long live the gourmet. As Professor Galvaroche so eagerly pointed out, our Mervyn bread cannot be considered a perfect meal until we load it with a sufficient quantity of ascorbic acid. The problem is, all the citrus fruit varieties grown in Labyrinthos have distressingly low values of this key nutrient. They say it has something to do with how the fall sun cannot entirely replace the effects of natural sunlight. Thus, for our purposes, we are unlikely to improve the Mervyn bread's levels of ascorbic acid simply by adding a Labyrinthos orange or two to the list of ingredients. And yet the professor claimed to have managed the feat. The question is how? He synthesized the acid himself? I don't think he lied. Yes, it's entirely possible. He may have manufactured the nutrient using elements extracted from readily available Labyrinthos produce. The process he employed, however, is a mystery. It would take me months to research a manufacturing method from scratch, but we cannot allow the professor to submit his panel of unopposed. We need to consult with another expert on the subject. Quetzalcoatl is the home of alchemy, and one of its noted practitioners, Master Yalvas, is the Near East's leading authority on nutritional science. I've never had the pleasure myself, but perhaps he will ascend to an audience if we show up on his doorstep. The new Aetheryte allows us to travel to Thavner directly, so that should save us some time. Let us be swift and sure. We might have to work on efficient. Huh. You know what? When we first used this experimental Aetheryte during the main quest, I was sort of on the fence about it because I felt like it was actually a bit too convenient. I mean, it led to a really funny scene in the main story, so I felt it wasn't really, impacting it in any negative way. But I still thought, well, this is very convenient. This is, maybe a bit too easy. But now that I think about it, right, considering that Ratzatan is one of the few nations that Charlian does actual trade with, and also, most importantly, trades ideas with and research with, then it would make sense to actually establish something like that. I mean, think about what kind of, how much time that would save if there was a way for all of the scholars and professors and students from Charlian to immediately travel to Thavner and back without having traveled there once by boat or anything, right? Just by Aetheryte. I mean, think about how much time that actually saves in the long run. So, interestingly enough, these quests actually, definitely highlight why such an experimental Aetheryte would be very, very beneficial and why it makes sense that it exists, right? I mean, they definitely probably researched something like that for a very long time, actually. It just makes sense that they would do that. So, yeah, that's actually pretty cool. That they include the fact that exists into multiple quests, and it's not just sort of a funny joke in the main story, but it actually has uses beyond that. Okay, let's see where that alchemist is then. Why are people crafting here? Interesting. Oh, I feel sick to my stomach. But it's nothing compared to the nausea I suffered after one bite of the professor's paneloaf. Come on, we'll find Master Yalvas in the city proper. Oh, in the actual city. I could have teleported there without using an Aetheryte ticket. Holy shit, what? Why are we meeting here first? That was weird. Well, I mean, it makes sense, but... sort of an unnecessary quest step. I actually wonder what the queues are going to be today. I don't think, even if I stop streaming and do other IRL stuff, I don't think I really want to log out, though. So, yeah. Where is she? Not here. Especially today for reset of normal raids. So it might actually be full again. So this is the fabled city of Ratzat-Han. It's even more vibrant than I imagined. Yes, this is my first visit to Thavnir. To be perfectly honest, this is the first time I've ever left Charlia. What of you? Have you been here before? Then you can lead the way. I've studied the layout of this place from top to bottom on parchment, but in the flesh I'd probably get us lost before we take 10 steps. The document I've read mentioned Master Yalvas's affiliation with the High Crucible of Alchemia. I wonder though, the man should be getting on in years and he may very well be retired. Anyway, it's somewhere to start. Let's head there now and see if he's still in residence. It seems that everywhere you look there's another sight to dazzle the senses. Yeah, well, that's definitely true with this city. I wonder if you can... I don't think there's gonna be, like, optional conversations with her. Sometimes during, side quests, that's really hard to gauge whether or not there might be optional conversations. Because there are definitely side quests that have optional conversations. It's just... I don't necessarily think this is one. Maybe? Wait, that's an optional one though, right? That's not the target circle? Now that is an impressive piece of alchemical apparatus. Why, I wager they could concoct almost any mixture they please in such a grand furnace. Apologies, just some lingering ethereal sickness. Let's press on. Apprentice Alchemist. Yalvaz, never heard of the fellow. He may have worked here once, but I know no one of that name among my present colleagues. Then I suppose he retired after all. Actually, considering his age, there's no guarantee that the man is even... Well, let us assume he's still among us for the moment. Shall we continue our inquiries on the floor below? I mean, if he's that old, I don't know if this was the best idea. Then again, could very well be that there is another researcher who has taken up his research. Discuss alchemy. They've spared no expense on this facility. When it comes to the field of alchemy, it would seem Ratzat-Han is moms ahead of everyone else, even the lone professors of Sharlayan. Which is interesting considering that they're exchanging ideas, right? But then again, I mean, that doesn't necessarily mean that you can easily translate, especially facilities like this, to another place, right? You're looking for a Yalvas, the alchemist. That will be my great-grandfather, but it's been quite some time since he last worked here. Great-grandfather? Your great-grandfather? He was a great man. Years, over 100, so much young and still going strong. He's a prominent scholar of nutrition and health. He's always practiced what he preaches. Why, he's even spry enough to visit the tavern from time to time. If you head over to Mirait's Mayhain, you might chance to see him there. That's wonderful news, thank you. I'm very eager to meet him. There you have it. Our next destination is oh dear, Aetheryte travel did not agree with me. Deep breaths, and away to Mirait's Mayhain we go. It's actually quite far from here. I've never checked whether or not you can actually use Aetherites while you're accompanied by somebody else. Like, in a way you should be able to, but then again it sort of defeats the purpose of this whole thing. I'm not going to use the Aetherite, I think, but just wonder if it's possible. Then again, if you're outside, I think you can actually use mounts as well. That's... Wait, that's not upstairs, that's behind here. Oh, nice. Another optional thing. Yeah, you're missing these, for example, if you... if you travel by Aetherite. Oh my! Authentic Harnish curries! That spicy aroma is to die for. As much as I would love to sample all the foods on offer, my gourmet research will have to wait. Bum. What are you doing over there in the corner? Not suspicious at all, huh? I didn't really notice the cool sign that they have in front here. Huh. Oh, there are actually people dancing. Oh, I didn't see that before. Are they dancing there always now? Because I was wondering about that when you were going through here during the main story quest. There was nobody there. Which kind of made sense considering the events that happened during the main story, but I guess now there are actual dancers here. I don't see anyone who matches the portrait from the books, which makes sense considering how young he was in that particular picture. I wonder what he... Oh... Miss. Don't tell me that's him. He doesn't look like 100. Are you kidding me? Don't you worry now, young lady. I'll brew a remedy that'll put you back on your feet in a twinkling. And guess what? It's going to be the same remedy that we now can use in our Panelope, right? Mervyn spread, whatever. Thank you, sir. I feel ever so much better. I've never heard of a bout of ethereal sickness lasting this long. Oh no, my dear, you're quite clearly suffering from a severe case of anemia. All the symptoms point to a lack of ascorbic acid. Oh, that's convenient. Oh, I guess he does look a bit older. Without that nutrient, your body has trouble absorbing iron, which in turn leads to thinning blood, a disturbing pallor, and extreme fatigue. The medicine I gave you will remedy the immediate issues, but I strongly suggest you rethink your dietary habits. We wouldn't want your youthful promise stolen by a fatal case of scurvy now, would we? Now that I think on it, I've been eating nothing but Panelope simples since we started all this. It's
stands to reason that our yet-to-be-perfected meals would leave me low on ascorbic acid. Thali, save me, I almost made the same mistake as Mervyn. Your knowledge of the nutritional sciences is most impressive, Master.
Oh, it's just plain old Yalvis these days, my dear. I'm retired now, but I've learned a thing or two about healthy eating and longevity over the years.
So you are Yalvis, I knew it. My name is Debroy, and I study nutrition at the studium in Charlian. I come seeking wisdom from the foremost expert in the field, that being you, of course. If you know of a viable laboratory method for manufacturing ascorbic acid, then I humbly request that you instruct me in the process.
Well, isn't this a coincidence? It wasn't long ago that a professor from your studium approached me looking to solve the exact same dilemma.
Aha! So that's where you got it from.
Yes, I know of a method. I was the one who discovered it. But the sweat of my brow comes at a price, Mr. Broy, and a rather rich one at that.
How rich?
The professor paid it without so much as raising an eyebrow, but I'm afraid the cost of my services is beyond the means of the average student. Still, it hardly seems fair to turn you away at the gate. I tell you what, why don't I make you a deal? You see, I have always been a lover of curries, but when you've eaten as many as I have, you begin to grow tired of the same harnish flavors. Then I recently came to learn of an Eorzean-style curry plate that I am desperate to try. I obtained the recipe from a trader, and I've been gone so far as to gather the ingredients, so the cook here can take a step at preparing the dish.
How do you know I'm a cook? What?
But now destiny has seen fit to drop a pair of Western travel—
Oh, he's talking about the cook from the restaurant. I'm an idiot.
in my lap. And who better to make Western cuisine than the natives of those lands, eh? Oh, here's my offer. You prepare the curry, and I teach you the method, provided my palate is properly tickled.
We accept. I promise you, we will make the most delicious curry you've ever tasted. That other visitor was almost certainly Professor Galvaroche, which means the process he learned is one which can be followed using resources from Labyrinthos. And what's more, Eorzean curry is one of the Last Stand's most famous dishes. I've made it many times.
Well, that's convenient.
First you caramelize the onions to bring out their sweetness. Add the bouillon, dice your choice of meat, and stew until tender. Oh, and be sure to skim the floaty bits from the water, of course, and then...
Save it for the kitchen.
Sorry, I did it again, didn't I?
I don't... Sometimes I'm a bit annoyed with those answers, right? Because, like, obviously, not only is she passionate about that, but we're literally doing the alchemist and culinarian quest line. So our character in this case would be really, really interested in getting to know and learning everything there is about this particular subject, right? So it's really... I mean, I guess it's supposed to be, you know, we're on this, like, we have a task to fulfill, so obviously we don't want to, like, waste all of our time discussing things that we have to discuss later on anyway. I sort of get it, but I wish they would, like, provide you with different answers. At least something along the lines of, oh, yeah, that's really interesting, but we have to be quick about this, or something like that, right?
Anyway, yes, I know all the steps. Aside from mixing the golden spice, Master Dickon was always the one to prepare that ingredient. If you could take care of that part, then I'd be more than happy to handle everything else.
Well, how do I do that, though?
As I said, I have all the ingredients you need and more besides. Cook away and let me know if you're running low on anything. Ah, my mouth is watering already.
Okay. Golden spice. And how exactly do we know how to craft the spice stuff? That's a bit weird, isn't it? Do I actually need the progress
Probably not, huh? I mean, it's not that difficult either way. Oh god, it's actually really easy. Always overestimate the difficulty of these recipes. Although it's kind of weird, because I feel like... I mean, maybe they changed something about that over the years, but... When I was leveling most of my crafters back in Stormblood, some of the old, like, Heavensward and A Realm Reborn high-quality crafts are actually really, really difficult. Or were difficult, rather. I don't know if they still are.
How's that spice mixture coming along? That smells wonderful. It will give our curry the perfect amount of zest.
So this is what Eorzan curry looks like. The colors, the aroma, it's so different to what we serve here. Now for the all-important taste. That looked actually way more like a Japanese curry, didn't it?
Is it to your liking, sir?
It's fantastic! The more you eat, the more the layers of flavor compound into a harmonious orchestra of deliciousness. They say you can taste the chef's intention in a meal, and your determination to impress me has infused every bite.
Then you'll share your method with us.
Of course I will. A meal such as that is worth more than a man's weight in gold. Wait, is that the, is that a new emote? Huh. So, coconut milk is the key. Wait, coconut milk to extract sorbic acid? Interesting.
Thank you so much, Jalva, sir. There is one more thing I would ask, if I may. What, in your opinion, is the biggest secret to health and a long life?
A well-balanced diet is important, no doubt about that, but I believe you must enjoy what you eat. That's a man after my taste. Literally. Because I think a lot of people these days sort of seem to forget that. I mean, why would I want to live 100 years if all I'm eating is stuff that I don't enjoy eating, right? I mean, obviously, we have to keep the environment in mind, and, you know, you shouldn't just eat stuff that's been transported, you know, thousands of miles and polluted the oceans or something, right? You can do that sometimes, right, for special occasions, but you shouldn't do that always. So obviously the sort of environmental effect of whatever you do needs to be considered. But having said that, taste and your overall happiness after having eaten is the most important thing of all, right? And whether or not that meal is nutritious, sort of second to that. I mean, obviously you want to eat, you want to be healthy, but you don't want to overdo it either, right? I mean, happiness is definitely more important than, or equally as important, I guess, but slightly more important than actual health. In my opinion, anyways. It's always seemed to me that digestion is aided by how much one relishes a meal, and the better one's digestion, the more nutrients one's body absorbs. And that's also a thing, I think, right? Because like the more delicious something is to you, the more sort of mouth-watering it is. And that is meant literally, right? So your body, because it expects something really delicious, will produce more sort of, I guess, enzymes and stuff that's in your saliva, for example, right? And so actually that is true, right? And then also, if something tastes really good,
you probably want to chew it longer and more than if something tastes sort of bland or not good at all, right? So just sort of on an unconscious level, I guess, it also improves digestion.
Exactly. I've often thought the same thing myself. You've been a great help to us, sir. We wish you many more years of healthy living to come. And although I would love to more thoroughly explore Ratzatan's gourmet delights, we must hurry back to Shalien, perhaps another time.
Are you gonna stay here?
Ah, such a glorious meal. If enjoyment truly does improve one's health, then I think I just added 10 years to my life.
Oh yeah, I think they're just literally dancing here right now. That's cool. Oh, what? Never do if you... okay. Do we know those? Probably not, right? Whatever. Let's go back to Shalien. The studium.
Thank you for accompanying me to such a far-flung locale and on such short notice. I don't know if I could have secured that alchemical process from Yalvis without your assistance. But now that we have it, our next batch of Mervyn bread will be well and truly perfect. This time, for certain.
Okay. So... wait. The quest with Jude that I already did was also the level... let me see. That was also the level 85 quest, right? So the only level 85 quest that I'm missing is actually this one. With the smiths, right? Okay, and then I would have to think of a way to level everything up far enough to... Do I have the ingredients for this stuff? Let's see, what do I have to craft? Studio, this thing. Gold motor component. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I have that. Let's see, 14. Ah, fuck. I need more bismuth ore. How many? 60, and then 30 of the other stuff. The rest I still have, alright. And then you get those anyway. I'm probably missing a bunch, yeah. I'm missing a bunch of material still for... for the level 88 quests. And then I also have to think about how to get there. How do I want to do this? So let me actually take a look. I'm still missing 32 levels, right? For the crafters? I mean, I can definitely get those on Saturday. that shouldn't be a problem. But I definitely kind of want to finish all 3 quests today. That would be kind of cool. Considering it's... I should take a lunch break now, though. Well, the thing is, I also need to do something for work tomorrow as well. You know what? I think this is actually going to be it for the time being. I really hope that I'm going to be able to do a second stream today, because it wasn't yesterday. Then again, yesterday I was really tired, so that also played a role in that. I think I'm actually going to come back this evening to do the rest of these crafting quests. Hopefully, I'm going to be able to do the level 88 ones as well, considering I probably have 6 leaf allowances or something. I will be able to get Alchemist to 88, I'm pretty sure. I will be able to get Leatherworker to 88, and now if I turn in the quest stuff with my Blacksmith, I'm also going to be able to get the Blacksmith to 88. So technically, hopefully, I should be able to take on all 3 level 88 quests and do them this evening. I know I have to gather a bunch of stuff for that as well. But yeah, I'm going to try to finish those quests and then also do the dailies as well. That's probably going to be the evening stream. Until then, I'm going to take a break. Going to have lunch, do a bunch of stuff for tomorrow, and then, yeah, I'll be back this evening. It was still pretty successful stream overall, I think. Having done all of the normal modes, finished with that, gotten all my... well, it was only really 1 piece of loot that I got from it, but never mind that. And then finish this, yeah. Going to be able to finish the rest this evening. And also, if I've leveled those 3 to 88 already, I'm missing, let me see, 6 levels for those 3. And then I'm missing another, let me see, 5 times 4, 20, 26. I think I'm missing 27 levels or something. If I level the other 3 to 88. And do the quest as well. That might even get me to 89, so maybe. But yeah, so there's going to be about, 25, 26 levels left that I have to do on Saturday, which will be an easy thing considering that I probably have most of the materials gathered already anyway, and I'm going to have a bunch of leaf allowances at that point as well, because I get those back. Yeah. And then after that, it's literally just thinking about how to get gear and more materia on Sunday and Monday. So yeah, it's going to be... I think that's a good plan overall. Okay. That's going to be it for the time being. Thank you for watching, if you have been, and have a great rest of your day, rest of your evening, or morning, wherever you are. That's it for now. If I'm back this evening, it'll probably be in about 4 hours from now, I think. Hopefully. Fingers crossed. Okay, until then, bye-bye.